Hello, everyone. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Kiwi. Hi, Sheppy. Hi, Flame. Hope you're all doing well today. My mic's being a little loose for some reason. Let me make sure that my mic is all good sound wise. Hope you're all doing well. We're gonna get on into it today, cause why not? Let me take care of a few things really quick, and then we'll get right on into it. Do 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 do. Oh, gotta pretend a baby now and then. Don't you just wanna wake up? And then today. Pretty good. Can't sleep, so time to vibe. Fuck yeah. Time to vibe. I was productive today. I'm very proud of you. What did you get up to today? You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I'm so sorry. That doesn't work on here. Hold on. My Twitch requests are broken. Uh, I haven't put that one on this one yet. So let me give you that back. Hello, Witch Stereo. Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. Oop, 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 oop. I'm sorry. I refunded you. I promise. I refunded you. I promise. Oh my god. I'm pretty both my picture with Stereo. Hold on. I'll make it right now. Yeah. Ow. Okay, look, I'm sorry. No, I'm doing it right now. Okay? Dog gets done, but you were yeet. Move model. Okay, and then active trigger. Twitch. Well, fuck, which is it? Twitch redeem trigger. Don't get me wrong, you're bright as the morning. There's a late. Alright, I gotta bring myself back. Perfect, things I got you. I automated my Trello. I got everything ready to publish my stories and did some editing. Fuck yeah! Good job. I'm proud of you. I'll take my whiskey. Fuck yeah, Kiwi. I'm very proud of you. Good job. I disconnected my face tracking? Huh? Is it because it's on the IoT now? It is because it's on the IoT now. Hope it back in your bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. Since we had problems with the IoT, we're going to switch over to this one. And we're going to put auto join on that one. Okay. But I hope that it was good. It was good time in DaVinci. I hope you have fun. Hope it was good time. Oh, what's up? Apex is having a Gundam collab, and I want to. My wall is gonna be so mad at me. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your wall. I saw that. My friend was telling me about that. He was like, right after I quit, they fucking bring in Gundam. He really likes Gundam, but he like just quit Apex. And so welcome on in, Fox. Hello. Stream Twitch. Third. Nope, wrong one. Change. 25. No issues found. Public. Publish. And I gotta send the wife a person that I am commissioning. Imagine a Gundam and Helldivers collab. That'd be crazy. My requests. Like this person. My little Momo Bean. My cat is meowing at me. Alright, very cool. Okie dokie, that's all good. This one, change cover, save. And my main legend is getting a skin of one of my favorite. Well, you have to at least get that one, right? You have to at least get that one. Even you don't get the other ones. I was gonna do a little bit of art, but I might record something really quick. Hi, Star! Are you done with classes for today? Unpin. Yeah, I'm getting that 10,000%. Fuck yeah. Oh, I need a post to go live. God, da 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 da. Oh, let me take a picture of myself as a CEO real quick. Oh, I forgot to make the background transparent. I moved myself. Let me get the things. Also, my next doesn't have a meeting today. Yippee! Yippee! That means you can hang out with us today, huh? That means you can hang out with us today. Trunk seal. Notice how I get quiet when there's oh no, main seal, there we go. I was gonna say there was a lot of things. Be that way. Don't need reminders. I'm currently at the chiropractor getting my back stretched. Fuck yeah! I hope they stretch you out good. Gonna be working on catching up and getting ahead on some stuff too. I'm proud of you. Good job. Don't forget to treat yourself to some yummy food. Some yummy food. And also, my mouth tracking is a little weird on this today. Why? Ah. When I talk to you, oh Cupid walks right through, shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I bet I'm gonna get some snackage for later. Yippee! 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 Hope it's so yum. By the way, the vision eye, of course! Oh my god, I should show you guys the ones that I want to make for this coming season. I forgot to do the thing again. I think I saved it on my Etsy. Hold on, let me make sure. On my Etsy, I want all of them. Yeah, so I don't know if I'll do another one from Buff Tart, but I did have some. Did I save them? Favorites? What? What? I don't know if I'll do this fish or if I'll do like cute little animals. There was like a cute little. Hold on. Grab it on my phone. I have two Etsy accounts. One that I use that like is for stream stuff, so that way it's like I can mark them down as work expenses. And then I have one that's like personal, like I buy Etsy stuff for myself. But let me see. Where is the one? I think this Christmas what I'll do is I'll open a little Etsy shop. And then I will do it that way. Favorite items. Yes, I found them. Okay, so I was thinking of having Birdmas, I think was my plan. Which is, there is these, no, so 16 one. Bird, bitty bird. I still gotta separate myself like, yeah, it's this. So I could make like everybody a different kind of bird. They wouldn't be as puffy though. But I was thinking of doing Birdmas this year, or we could do. Is this a pattern? Crochet patterns animals on. Yeah, but I don't like that one as much. I like this one more. So I was thinking of doing Birdmas this year. Like, you could have a bird or a fish. I'd have to practice it though, because I think it'd be easier than the fish, I think. But like, I'd have to practice it with my type of yarn because my yarn isn't as puffy and soft as this. So I'd have to test it. But I think it would be cute. Sorry, my legs are cold. I needed to grab a blankie. But yeah, I think that's my plan for this Christmas. Is I will do Birdmas. We could do Birdmas and Fishmas. What would be? It would be better if I could just call it like Crochet Miss or something. Panicking right now because I'm gonna want both. That's okay. It's okay. But yeah, that's like kind of my plan. I think is add. Yeah. Do you see a U? Is it this one? Are you this one? But yeah, they have the 3 pets and a pigeon pack. They have the Down Under pack, and then they have the From Americas pack. If I'm honest, I might limit the options, so we'll probably have like some colorways, but I'd have to buy the eyes, I think, is the other thing. But I think outside of that, I have everything. But I'll do a test run. If we like it, then I'll do a test run. Otherwise, I could probably think of something else. Because, like, honestly, I really want to make stuff for you guys. It was really fun. So. I think it's nice also to have, like, at least, like, well, I don't have merch. This is, like, befriend the crows and they'll bring you supplies. Oh, God. I could do button eyes. I have a bunch of buttons. I could do button eyes again. I could try it. I'll buy it and then I'll try it. I'll make one for myself. And then, like, if you guys like it, I'll make it for you for Christmas. Because, like, while I don't have physical merch, that doesn't mean I can't make, essentially, merch. Oh my god, big fish to eat little fish? That'd be kind of cute. But yeah, that's currently where I'm at with that kind of stuff. I'm excited because I think it'll be fun, and I don't know, seeing you guys be like, I got my fish and stuff made me really excited. So it makes me want to do it again. So I think I think I might. I think I might. Hello, Stripes. Welcome on in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Selection area, PNG, export, thumbnails, Twitch. Oh no. I appreciate thank you for indulging me, because I'm having a lot of fun like doing this kind of stuff. And it's like really fun. So I'm excited. Cause I think it's a nice way to have merch without having merch, if that makes sense. March before roadside research collab with at Mew and friends. I want to zoom this in a little bit. Okay. Okay. That's all good. I say as I realize I didn't do that on the other side. I must do that on this place too. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why can't I at me? There you go. Boop. Right. Go. Post. Alright, I'm gonna record a script really quick just so that way I don't have to think about recording it when we're done here. When we're done with the collab. And then we'll do some art. Because I was working on an emote. Ow! Ow! Can't see it, but I'm mad. Oh, you're fine. No, it hurt. No, it hurt. Okay. They said they named these Somnolan. They only named 2 of them? Hi, Draconian! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Loki want a fish and chips. Ooh, dude, that sounds delicious. Oh, but it's $5. No. No. Some Nolan. Okay. Some Nolan. Searching for some Nolan. My kitty mad at me. My kid. Of course. Happy birthday. Have a wonderful birthday. Okay, cool. All right. Gotta get into a serious voice. All right. Children of the blood god, come close, come near, as I tell you of this week's entity, the Somnolan. Being one of the few migratory creatures, the Somnolan comes alive when the sun rests, searching for its next meal in Being one of the few migratory creatures, the Somnolan comes alive when the sun rests, searching for its I hesitated. Searching for its next meal. Oh, I didn't. Searching for its next meal in mass groups, they will climb through the canopy layer of the swamp. Climbing through the canopy. I didn't proofread this. It should be in mass groups. Wait, I said this sentence twice. Oops. Shifting their colors as they glide over leaves of the canopy without a second glance, one could simply excuse it for a trick of the eyes from the breeze. Once their target is locked in, size and strength is not a factor in their hunting strategy, but sheer number definitely is. Once surrounded, one best be blessed by the gods, lest they want to be torn to shreds and consumed by this migratory swarm. Okie dokie. Having a chill day for the B-Day had me... You can get free Starbucks for your birthday? Or do you mean like free Starbucks as in someone bought Starbucks for you? You must tell me this now. You have to tell me this now. I am unironically... Well, I don't like Starbucks as a corporation. Ooh, I should see if Insomnia Coffee does 3 things for your birthday. Oh, I would love that. They give a song request. Say product as entity of the week 7, I think. If you have the app and have your birthday on it, you can get a free drink or food item for your birthday. Wait, let me look up if Insomnia Coffee can do that too, because I like Insomnia Coffee more. Insomnia Coffee free birthday drink. Insomnia Coffee offers a free small beverage as a birthday gift. How big is the drink? How big is it? How big is it? They probably won't let me because I don't drink coffee. Why on earth a rodent is sitting in my street? I'm not a rodent. I am a seal, Mr. Bix. Oh. I think Scooters does too. I think Up to Venti. I didn't even get Trenta. Okay. I go to Starbucks then for my birthday. I also want to watch Hoppers for my birthday. Okay. I don't know. But that's because you're already super cute. Okay. I should do this other script really quick. But then I have to go to, I think, set up for a collab. I don't know. Okay. Sorry. We need your help within the Headwind studio. There are only a handful of us. Our communal brain cell is being stretched around many jobs. However, one area that we would love community feedback on are names. While we can't share the docs with you while... Okay. Oh, Moira, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't step on my monitor arm. You're going to make my monitor go down. And then if my monitor goes down, it's going to be unaligned again. Well, she's mad at me for something. I don't know what. Hello, Rhino. Also, a tip I know, Starbucks and places like a Target grocery store are exempt from the union busting ideals and treatment requirements, so that's where I usually get my drink. Wait. Oh, really? That makes sense, because that makes sense as to why the solo Starbucks, like, so I have like 3 Starbucks near me. There's one in a Safeway, one in a Target, and there's one that's solo by itself. Well, the one that's solo by itself is often closed. Well, we can't share the docs with you during our videos. We can't share the docs. Well, we can't share specific documents with you during our videos. If you think of any cool names for any creatures, let us know. That way our marketing gal, doesn't pull her hair out having to re-record scripts. And so that Sabah, our artist, doesn't get confused on what to call these glorious abominations. So join our Discord today and help us. Please, for the love of God. I don't want to call these creatures semi-amphibious, blind pack hunter, or illusion using psychic digging. Fuck. Yo, let me redo that line. So join our Discord today and help us. Please, for the love of God. I don't want to call the creatures I stuttered. So join our Discord today and help us. Please, for the love of God, I don't want to call a creature a semi-amphibious, blind pack hunter, or an illusion using psychic digging ambush predator anymore. It's kind of like those old commercial ads that like have a really fast like outro. 5 out of 8's not bad. 5 out of 8's not bad. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the one I go to in a grocery store are different. Are officially under the union of the grocery store. So if it's standalone, it's usually hell for the poor baristas. That makes sense. Okay. Only go to the one in Safeway and Targets. Got it. Cause like, I gotta say, like, for all the harsh work conditions, there's still so many people that work at a Starbucks, like in the things, in the stores and stuff. So it makes a lot more sense that it's kind of like, well, they like it there because they uh they are not union busting. I was always curious about that, so that makes more sense. Okay, so we have like 20 minutes. 20 minutes to draw. And I had a mental breakdown because my cortisol, which if you don't know what that is your stress. That is the chemical in your body that makes... There's an ad break in the middle of me talking. Fuck ad breaks, man. How am I supposed to continuously talk for just an ad break all the time? Hurts my feelings. Also, I need to check chat really quick because it looks like my things are broken. But I don't know if that's the case. No, they're not. Cool. Thank you for that, Pat. Thank you. Oh, Yomi Slimming. Ugh, next door construction ASMR. Oh, no. Oh, no. What was I going to talk about? I already forgot what I was going to talk about. Oh, my cortisol levels. I was very stressed yesterday after stream. Just because, like, things in my head make sense, but things coming out of my head didn't make sense. So it was a whole debacle for me. But then I calmed down and I watched Creepcast and I doodled. Are your whiskers broken? No, these are just how the whiskers are here. This is just how the rigger did the whiskers. Hello, Happy! How was work? How did you sleep? I'm liking it. Ooh, it's dying. What do you mean you're dying? Give me the beans. You got the beans. Look at those beans. Look at all those beans. Don't offer comfort, but offer escape from the ones who scorned you. 'Cause I know. Just got up. Well, how'd you sleep? You slept good. Mercy makes you strong. Good morning. Hi, how are you? Good. I am also a little sleepy, but I am good. Whoa, I'm learning something from this model that I'm currently using. Whoa. But yeah, last night I worked on this. What do we think? I think it's kind of cute. I'm still working on it, so, you know. Currently grinding Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake. Playing at the the highest difficulty. Damn, look at you getting that challenge in. Set as active. Classic. There we go. Don't offer comfort, but offer escape from the ones who shown you, 'cause I know that you've been Dairy Queen. Imagine. Makes you strong. Hello, every fellow American. Look at the beady eyes. I know, I kind of like them. I think they're kind of cute. I was going through different ways I wanted to do the eyes last night, but I just realized something that I might want to try. Don't mind my groups within groups. Escape from I don't know where I want to put that. Maybe I put that there instead? Oh, Elaine doesn't know. Oh, this was the wrong eye. Okay, well, I'm just gonna put these in here and, you know, call it good. Shoop. And then I would work on the mouth. Ah! 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 Shut. Okay. I don't think I like that one as much. I don't know if I want to do the mouth like going all the way around the straw or not. No, I do not. No. Oh. My heart is cold enough. What's for? Dairy Queen? Oh, Pixels. Gorillas is coming to my town. Ooh, you gonna go see them? To the beach. It's cold enough. Hello, streamer. This is your Kato layer and save check. Thank you. Thank you, Bex. Thank you. Luckily for me, this automatically saves, but it looks like I am working on the right layer, so. My biggest concern already is if this is actually gonna turn out looking cute, you know? That's my main problem. To the beach. It's cold enough. Oops. Copy and paste. I don't have no friends on not anymore. To the edge. Alright, let me see if I can move this in more. Move it in, move it out. I love Otto. Also, Otto did. They did? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's awesome. I did not know this. Would you like sun? That would be insane family time. You know those. Wait, you know what those big eyes remind me of? Rat boggles. I love it when rat boggles their eyes. It's kind of unsettling, but I also think it's really cute at the same time. Tied to the mast. It's in lines. Just gonna go down here. Delete. Give. There you go. Hello, feel bad. Welcome on in. Found with golden. Oh, Sheppy Kibby. Sheppy got a cute Kibby. Hello, how are you doing today? I hope you are well. I want to distort the hair. Just slightly. There you go. Not gonna lie, I slept in today. I hope it was a good sleep in. I hope you feel well rested now that you have eat. Hope it is a good eat. Time to drop my ears. Bend this down a little more. I don't like that. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like the shape. Oh. I know. It's nice to sleep in. It is. That's what I usually do on the weekends. Is I usually just eat. If you're ever like, Elaine, what did you do over the weekend? Usually it's just eating. Or grocery shopping. My cat's on my shelf. Oh, I'd love to get high on my love. I was off today, so I could sleep in for once. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. You deserve good rest. I gotta do my little. You know I love to get high on my love. How can I lose control? Duplicate. What are you doing? My cat's being funny. Babe, slip away. Went for a brunch after work yesterday, and they kept pouring mimosas. They're pretty tasty. Not gonna, yeah, that's why people can just down them. That's why people tend to just like down them, because like they're pretty yummy. There's a lot. You can put a lot of orange juice, and then you don't taste the alcohol. Slow down, slow down. Yeah, you know my love can on my lows. For every time I talk, I choke. It explodes now, explodes now. You know, I might redo the back hair. Sorry, but damn, my coworker. What? Can I get to know the summation of the tea? Because you might get in trouble if you tell me the whole tea, but like, can I get to know like some of like the gist of the tea? It's running down. We had like a native. Oh, that's gonna be some good ass tea. Gets popcorn ready. On God. The scent of tea, if you will. The scent of the tea. Exactly. Yeah, you know how to get my love. There you go. I think that's better. We had to be like, buddy, I'm gonna keep it 100. My forgetful asked for Gore to send my name and JP to my reference sheet for a text. Oh, that should figure you should not do that. Wait, and the white guys are like, I'm not afraid to say the N word. Oh, why would they say that? Why? Thank you for the what's up for them. Oh, thank you. I love you. Making a new sippy move for the 30th time. What do you think of it? Is it time yet? Okay, no, it's not time yet. I was like, oh my God, am I late? I'm not late yet. That's insane. What the fuck? I know. And guy's just like, okay, now it's my chance. I will say it. It's cute, thank you. No, just kidding. So, okay, cool. I was like, wait a second. I need to like group this all together. Cause Lane's thinking, hold on. What a lucky lad! Are you gonna say that every time? Also, a lot of industry gossip. Fair. 100 years of luck. Show me you bimbo. Kiwi had me draw this yesterday. Use bimbo Kiwi. Why I was compelled to draw it, I don't really know. It just kind of happened, I guess. Where's the button? Oh, there's a little bimbo Kiwi. Bimbo Kiwi. I gave him ponytails. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing some of the issues. Okay, I gotta go into work. Good luck. Thank you. Have a good time. Have a good time. We will be here. I might do the face just one more time. Because I don't believe in it. I don't believe in this face, really. So I'm gonna do it one more time. Let's do it one more time. You ain't ready for what? Ooh, attention music. Ooh, thank you. I am honored to be of an entertainer of such consistency for you. Someone catch the streaker. You're also a streaker. Don't say that. You are also a streaker, you goober. Yeah, I'll do it like this. I'm gonna start doing my bangs like that, and then there's actually a little bit of overlap here. Public indecency. You're public indecency. Okay, well, I guess you can be public indecency for giving everyone 100 years of good luck. Do I get any luck? I'm sorry. But but 1,100 years. That means 300 years of luck. Hello, vexed. Oh, come on in. 300. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Just want to make sure. You gotta go in for now. No problem. We'll be here. I can't draw. My hand is like being so shaky right now. Actually, I think I need to turn the stabilization up higher on this. Cause go to work! I would prefer a different bean, not 100 years of good luck. Not really. No, I don't believe you. I do not believe you. My hand is so shaky. Really, to desperation. I think this is kind of cute. Yeah, I think that's better. Let me see it without. I think that's better. I did it on the same layer. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'll finish this. See you soon. See you soon. I'll be there in a minute. I just gotta redraw the hair again. Because I'm a goober and I drew it on the wrong layer. It's okay, we'll be extra fast this time. Not if the brush doesn't work. Yeah, I guess so. Gingley. Fruit bat, there's no such thing as bad luck here. Only mildly average luck, you know? Here at the Milk Club, there is no such thing as bad luck. There is only mildly average luck and then good luck. So don't worry your beautiful soul about it. I guess so. Need to be able to distort this just a little bit. Sound just a little bit. Okay. Now I will see how it looks without it. I think it's pretty good. Okay. I gotta get set up for the collab now. Because it's already 2:45. Did I not lock it? I don't think I didn't lock it. Okay, there we go. Okay, that guy can charge while we do other stuff. I take my meds. I think I did. I did not. Let me take them right now. Alrighty, I will be right back. Feel free to keep chatting with me. I'll still be here. I'm just gonna mute stuff. Actually, we'll just be in collab and I'll just mute. And then that way you can see me set up stuff, just not hear anything other than music. Yeah. Right. If you go and customize in the first one where it says like face mask and stuff, there's Gleep and then Glarp. Yeah, Glarp and Glurp. Glarp and Glurp. Glarp it. I take this thing off my face. Hello, chat. I have chat can just straight in game. Straight to me. On God, which is kind of crazy. I feel like they did that on purpose. Yeah, they have a bunch of hats. I really like that they... Yeah, Jimmy Mama Cheese hat. I don't know if I want this shirt. Ooh, wait. Wait. Oh my God, Fruit Bat! Thank you for the gifted subs! Oh my goodness, thank you! Oh my gosh! You got our hype on, you got the hype train higher! Oh my God, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I kind of like this fit. But yeah, we have to get the cat. I look like trailer park trash, low key. Do you have the Gooper shirt on? Alright, bet. Yes. Yeah, Goopers. Alright, host. I've been wanting to give subs anyway, and I got paid. Oh, thank you, Fruit Bat. I appreciate you. Know that the money will go back into the stream. I said oopers, no goopers. Goopy goopers. I was talking to chat about the next thing I'm gonna crochet for them, and I think I'm gonna do a little bird thing. I'll make everybody birds. You can have one if you want for free though, Miu, for your birthday if you want. Or fish. You have anything. Yes, it's your birthday month. Okay. Oh, I glorped on the... I loaded in, I glorped. God damn it. God damn, I just want to invite my friends. Invite friends. Nah, the store's closed. They ain't coming yet. Take your time. I gotta go. Yeah, I kept my face. Take your time. I gotta go clean up the glorp I glooped. And you're sorry, I want to see you. Oh, that one! Yes, I love that one. It's very perby. If you guys ask what's on her tail, no. Wait, I want to buy the cat decorations. Oh my God! Look at the cat. Ew.
Queen.
It's an alien cat. I got what dinked.
You kind of gooped on the floor.
Shut the it's your fault. I was looking at this cat. Gotta put this cat somewhere. No problem.
Yeah, they definitely fixed it.
I love this cat. How is Steel Doctor and friends? We are good. We just started playing. We're just setting up, and so I'm excited. I thought those scrub brushes were shoes. They are. They're scrubs with shoes on them. They are normal human scrubs with handles. For the cat.
This is the cat I'd be flustered on a date for, and by that I mean the cat girl model. Thank you. Hi, Harriet.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Hi.
I thought you weren't. Oh my god, you're wearing this like actual same. Oh, I have different pants on.
I got the shorts. I have the shorts Shevs has on.
I like the butt chin. I like the butt
Thank
chin.
you.
Mhm.
I think I look pretty stylish.
You do. You look very stylish.
I almost picked the IP in this pool hat, and then I almost picked the one that's like the really, really tall hat.
Yeah, yeah.
But then I was like, wait, I can be the queen.
You are the queen. Shem's wearing the Hooters uniform. No, we're wearing the Goopers uniform.
Or
Yeah, we're
Goopers.
Goopers. That's the name
Goopers.
of our gas station. It's Goopers.
I just realized that because of the way they meshed it.
Hi, Bun
When
Bun.
Shem's dances, I can see his crotch just a centimeter of it glitch out of his pants in his no square. Makes me upset.
Be safe, Bun Bun. Bye bye. These are the Goopers colors.
Yeah,
not
these
Hooters.
are the Goopers colors original.
And Elaine has the black pants. Oh, I can't wait to see this. Elaine has the black pants because she's the manager.
I'm the manager.
Yeah.
I buy stuff.
Yeah.
Let me know, Ghost, if you need another invite.
I just can't wait
Ooh.
to see you.
Oh my god, this is like inverted when you dance. Oh, what the fuck?
Did you guys wanna keep in-game chat or just do Discord?
I'm fine with either. It's kind of same, honestly.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
like, do you want to just do Discord?
That's fine. Mute my mic in here. Push to talk.
Oh my god.
Wait, I want to see. Oh my god, that's so amazing! Holy shit! How did you do that? Is it the paper bag meme? Yes, yes. It's so good. Holy shit. That's really good. Good job. But all the MILFs are lesbians as hell. That's true. That's true. Nah, it's okay. You won't. I will get arthritis before you do.
You are old. Yeah.
Damn, Shem, shut the fuck up. Don't talk to my wife that way.
No.
Oh. Yeah, the kitty's a little. Ooh. You can pet it. You can pet the kitty. Portuguese. Oh. Wait. Yeah, what you're talking about? That's just a man. A man. I dropped my gun. I lost my gun. Okay, well, I'm gonna go start the day now. I don't know what you're talking about. Anything, yeah, honestly. Ew, Shanta, you. I just witnessed a crime. I just witnessed a crime in my establishment. I gotta call the cops. Hello, cops? There has been a crime. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You got white top, black hair, navy bottom today. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is Shem's blood so hard to, or Glorp so hard to fucking clean? It was so like sticky. gonna buy more stuff. If anybody needs to switch stations, just let me know. We need more of this. I'll just buy this for now, and then I'll do another inventory stock. When you clear, yeah. Very, very human, honestly. Wasn't the containers empty? Oh, right. This was my placement box. Put that up there. Good. How was your day? Oh, I got it. I'll clean it up. Okay, you got it. Okay. I need greens, and I think I got anchovies. There's a fucking... Oh, wait, that might have been me. Nope, that's not me, I think. I'll pick up the garbage. There is. Human twins. Oh my god. There we go. Yes, hello. Oh, that's my fault. That's my fault. That one's my bed. So that's what my color looks like. Wow, mine looks like shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I feel like I'm breaking my wrist trying to clean that shit up. All right, now time for trash. Totally not. Yeah, we're just chilling, you know? Yeah. Okay. All right, we need, what do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Greens, blues, anchovies. Green, blues. I see this game has yet to retire the penny. Yeah, it has. Huh? Oh, I got it. I got it. Oh. I like how you freaked out about it. You're like, oh god. The humanity. Huh? Yeah, he just happy. Just so happy. Okie dokie. Oh. Worker? Yeah, I've been seeing places round it down. Trash. Okay. Yeah, they're no longer in the US. They are no longer minting pennies. No more penny. Same. Ew. Alright, I wanna get... How do we get this one? We want to go to this one. Dialdo's. To see how inadequate they are is crazy to me. Cool. Excuse me, sir. Yeah. Is that Pug a reference to the Men in Black? I hope so. I hope that's why they added it. Because I liked that Pug a lot when we watched it. Got it. I got some biscuits. Biscuits. Put that there. I'll take these guys back. Okie dokie. I'll do it. I'll take over so you guys can get dinner. Pantings. Yes, human wear pantings. Yo, that fucking sucks. What the fuck you mean I can't stack the butter higher than this? What do you mean I put the butter on the shelf? I see boobies. Oh, I'm sorry. It was panic, Goop. I'm sorry. They happened. Oh, agents coming. And not in the fun way. Trash and outside? Okay, I go get trash. Yes. Dull hair. The caution level is caution. I got it. Mm-hmm. Do not have blue? They want blue thing. Yes, they did. I think it just stays like that until they leave. Oh, okay. I didn't know you could repair it. What did they want? I don't think we have. A parade. Oh, maybe it was this one. What happened to the human? Oh, why would you throw a cleaning shoe at him? Yes. Whoa. Yeah, no door. No door. Yeah, no door. No door. Kisses? What if it's just kisses? Shut the fuck up, Shems. Okay. Diesel. Okay. I think we are clean everywhere. Alrighty. I think we are good for end day, and then you may grab the dinner. Alrighty. You all grab dinner. We will take care of station. Yep. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go Mio. Donate a ton of money to me. Okay, well, I don't like her when she cries, but I agree that you should give her money. Give her money. Trash in the outside. Okay. Thank you. I thought you'd need dinner too, though. Oh, okay, okay. Huh, where? Huh, where? Go Mew stream, go Ko-Fi Mew, Ko-Fi Mew stream, and then give her money, cause she moving. Mermaid Mew. What the fuck? Why did this guy give me $50? He's not counting as trash. You can take it still. Boop, boop. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Hello, human. Doop. Doop. Enjoy your goods. 1, 2, 5, 10, 5, 6. Gems, go stop pooping outside. Stop pooping outside. Boop. Everything looks good. Oh yes, clean cat. Clean cat. Good clean cat. Oh yes, good clean oh. I don't know. Is it a big car? This is the Thank you, Star! Thank you. Thank you, Star. Thank you for supporting me, you. She's really a light in my life, so I really appreciate it. I definitely will, Star. Thank you. Ooh. There's dirt on floor. Dirt on floor. Thank you. Butter. 151 out. And now I must put more drinks in. More bubber. You liked that one? Fair. Boop. Yes. Yeah. Thank you for some money. Hello. Yep, I'm doing their stuff very slowly. Oop. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, 1, 2. There we go. Hello. Boop. Boop. Give. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now we are all clean green. I think I have blue. Okie dokie. I think I can put that's. Oh, you glorped. I got the trash. Eh. Boop. Boop. 10, 73. Okie dokie. Have a good day. Okie dokie. Boop, boop. Card, thank you. Off. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Alrighty. We need more pink and red biscuit. I can. Oh no! Give me the shoe. Okay. Gotta go pick up ramen, BRB. No problem. We'll be here, being humans, running a gas station like normal humans do. Oh. 50. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Go. What are you ordering? Get some biscuits and butter. Biscuits and non-refrigerated butter. Okie doke. Alrighty. I'll take these extra cans off the shelf. And then 1 section per. Boop, boop, boop. And then butter. Container empty. Other butter. Actually. Oh. 5. Okay. 1 second. Sure, I'm reorganizing. There you go. Put the butter over here. Yeah, put the bacon over there because it looks like the butter. And put this here because it's different. Yeah. Alrighty. Boop. Boop. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. 55. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okie dokie. There you go. Thank you. 14.23 will be your charge today. Oh, hello, not questionable humans in weird garb. Welcome on in. 2, 3, 4. There you are. Thank you for the boop, Happy. Thank you. Give me cash. Welcome back. Boop. Boop. People that love you. People that care about you. I didn't actually see the amount, but... How much was it? Yippee! Yeah. Shems was whispering that, and then I was telling chat like that you're moving, so it'd be a big help. Oh, you guys, gas station's good. My co-manager's crying right now, but don't mind that. It's a good cry. They just got promoted. You've been promoted. Mm-hmm. We love you, wife. Where's a probe? Where's the probe? The prober. Oh man. We love you. Freshen up at a mirror using ATM. What? Oh my god, we gotta buy these nuts now. Sorry. Sorry. Yet. Nope. And if there is, you know, you just wait till tomorrow. Yippee! Yippee! I need to buy more shelf. I'm gonna buy another shelf. I'll put this one. What do you mean too expensive? Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, I guess I go wherever. Wherever we got room. I accidentally bought too many cool new things. Okay. Whoopsies. We only mirror the best, Mew. We only mirror the best. I think he did. It's just a little guy. Alright. I don't know. Gremlin walk. I wonder if I move in middle foot, it'll fix it. It does not. It's cursed, yeah. 'Tis cursed. But like that's not the point. That's fair. That's fair. You got to record people drinking from it. Yeah, you also have to record people in the bathroom. I think, yeah, washing their hands. That's pretty funny though. It was a moment. What is what? That's the glorp sucker, so we don't gotta scrub the glorp. We could just suck it up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Ooh, K and K. K and K. Kanky? Kanky? Ah, Kanky sound. Yes. Kanky. Yes, you could test the thing. Put a place on a snack shelf. Ew. Why did you do that? Oh! It's a... Wait. It's a glorp mojito. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, wait, no. We need a snack shelf. What the fuck is a snack shelf? Oh, that's what a snack shelf... It says it. It says that it's a snack shelf. Okay. I just can't read. Got it. It's okay. We have new snacks. The human government will get distracted by fatty human snacks. Jaguar. Snack shelf is what they used to call me. Stop, Abby. Abby does that at the most random intervals. It's very funny. Yeah, another snack. You're a whole ass. Yeah, I was gonna say a whole ass meal. God damn. I glorped. I'll get it. Oh no. Gross. What do we do with this? I don't know what we do with glorp mojitos. Oh no! No! What am I supposed to do? Is everybody dead? Do I just die? No, this can't be. Ooh! Just go around. Ah! I got greeted. Every day, whenever you want. God, why is yours so hard to fucking clean? Can someone clip that? Can someone clip that, please? As evidence locker 10B that Shems can... No. You can't say that, like, after the fact. Oh, shit! Oh, you're so fast! I know. I didn't know you could drink it. There was no, like, prompt to drink it. I didn't know. Yeah, drink our glorp. Drink the glorp. A gooch. Gouda. Yeah, we got some D's nuts. Yeah. Nice. Oh, did I put up any raisins? I didn't put up any raisins. I put them. 4 cans? I'll drink all of them. I want to eat my goop. You gooped? Oh, it's in the room. Oh, boost level. Oh my. Oh, I died. If you drink too much of your stuff, you die. No, I drank so much of my glorp that it looped out of me and I died. Thank you. Go pick up trash. Oh, that's not trash. Oh, I'm so fast. I'm so fast. It's okay. They might be having an aneurysm trying to even do the math in general, you know? The snack shelf. Oh. Goop da goop. Oh my god. You're okay. You just spooked me because you're just standing there in the bathroom with a camcorder. Can we pick these up and put these in like a container or something? Put this biscuit up. I can. No, what the fuck? Where do we... What the fuck are we supposed to do with all this goop juice? Putting it in here. Gross. Oh. I like the thread. I can do that. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, where are you? Okay, so we need Coca-Cola, orange drink, green, orange drink, Coca-Cola, orange drink, wait. Orange Coca-Cola Reeboks. Orange Coca-Cola. Baby. What's in here? Is it empty? Okay. We got more orange. Oh, he's dirty. There's a fishing one. There's a fishing one that came out where you fish things, and then you had to hide from monsters, but also fish things. It is. I think there's trash. Aww. You're just keeping watch for targets. More snacks. Oh, yeah, that's fine. We can put more biscuits there. Coca-Cola. Big bite. And the Reeboks. Oh, wait, you already have this? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, what luck. I think I need a... Oh, do they like silver? Have you tried Silvervine? That's fair. Oh, our Glorp doesn't... Okay. Interesting. This is true. Shem doesn't have a cat? Sounds like you took out like a big drag when you said that. It'll be fine. I don't know if I like... I don't like... Yeah. Might reorganize. The puppy one? I'm reorganizing our space. I don't know. I don't know how I wanna... Did you like the... Mew, did you like the cash register where it was before or where it is now? Okay. That help. Can you? That's okay. Belongs on the floor. Yeah, I guess I kind of don't mind that. But then I can't really see what's in that. It's fine. I can just check it. And I can put this one over here. There you go. Any more decorations? Cat, glasses, stand, cashier desk. Shems is the woods. How close are we to the probe? What do you mean the probe is 10,000? Ugh. Use subliminal audio waves containing messages of wealth. Convinces customer to purchase up to 10% more items. Gorp? Oh, like right click? Don't drink 4. Do not drink 4 of them. You will die. Who died? Who died? God damn it. That's okay. I heard drink 4. No. I also... Where did I go? Oh, I did goop. the goop. The goop turns, yeah, it becomes goop mojitos, and it gives us a speed boost. But if we drink 4 of them in a row, just like Monster Energy drink, our heart bursts. Just like real life. That's what I would presume. Alright. Is there any alien tech we can get? Do we want trash cans? A photographic posing billboard? A scanner 2.0 or plushies? It haunted. It haunted. Haunted. Right? I was like, huh? Haunted! Haunted. What, already? I guess that makes sense, because we got the base 30% from... Okay, then we're going to get the thing that lowers our thing, right? 30%, yeah, okay. Oh, repair it. There you go. Yeah, and I will have them come less. BRB, no problem, because we have a brainwasher. Every time they leave, they forget what they came here for. And then they come back because they didn't think they got what they wanted. Capitalism. Yeah, you also like glooping on the floor. $72 whole dollars. Oh. I can't. I'm cleaning up dirt. I will leave one of these squeegees out here in case. I guess I kind of want to move this, honestly. Wait, what? Do whatever you want, Pookie. We're just hanging out, you know? No expectations, other than having a good time. 1 minute. I expect your head to stop her. That's not how it works. You have to have your head hurt so that way Ghost's head doesn't hurt. I think we're good on stuff. Yeah. 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 Yeah, we do. They're on our arms. We've said so many things on this channel. You're good. Good. Have fun. Mhm, mhm. But he felt very proud of his knowledge. It's like I can use it for good. Ah, have fun. Oh my god, did she buy a lot of stuff? Yeah, they're cute. Do you need to go lay down? Yes, drink water, good. Yeah, or we can always do this another time too. We have this game forever. I got me ramen. What kind of ramen did you get? Oh, yum. I'm coming. Interesting. Tonkatsu from a sushi place nearby. Yum. What? Is that my bad? I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. I just kind of whipped around. I'm so apologize. What the fuck, Shems? Look at what you've done, Shems! My ear itches. Do a little stock. It'd be smart if I did it that way, but I didn't think about it. So right, that's so right. I'm not gonna lie, I thought you said Asians, and I got really confused. God damn it, Shems. What did we tell you about fucking doing that? On the job. Baguettes. Stroganoff, yep. Why can't we make the shop bigger? I feel like we should be able to make the store bigger. What do you mean? How? Oh, I just spent our money on buying bread. Okay. Well, I will know that for next time. So we have baguettes and rolls. What stuff can we get with the alien stuff? The glutes. Bread for bread. The bun, indeed. What? Got a goop in her gleep. Got a probe in her gleep. Oh, God. Look, oh, shit. Yeah, I think so. We do. I will grab it. Oh my God, ghost. Nothing. Oh, okay. Three, four. Let me see. What do I want? Oh, you just left click on it and then it gives you a full trash bag. Yes, a true guardian of the bathroom. I will give Shams this. Mhm. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. They did not poop. They did not poop. Oh. Can I come into the out now? I need one of these. I need to go buy bread. 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 No, she did not. God damn. I'm coming. I just had to put up. Oh, okay, you guys got it. Good. Bread. Last bit of bread. Boop. And more blues. Put them over here. Butane. Red. Coca-Cola. That's okay. Okie dokie. Oh, I almost got run over. The coworkers I went and got mimosas with yesterday hasn't shown up to work yet. They had more drinks than me. I hope they are feeling okay. There is Glorp outside. There is Glorp. I need to borrow the shoe. Yeah. Sir, what the fuck, man? As we say, what the fuck, man? Okay. I like that. Shh, shh. Oh, no! No! Oh, what the fuck? Look both ways before you cross the parking lot. That's true. I should have done that, or else I would have gotten hunted. Get him, Ghost! Run, Mew. Run. Run towards Ghost. The way they ragdoll when you shoot them is so funny. I don't either. The Men in Black showed up, they did. Guys, let me look at that. There's not really a thing about it. You know what? We probably needed the brainwasher for this, maybe. Because there's a brainwashing machine. Or like a little, like, you know, like the Men in Black, like little gun. Oh, shit. That'd be so funny if you ended the day and they just left. I think it's close enough, honestly. Yippee! No problemo. Have a good rest and have a good dinner. Eat buprenorphine. Eat buprenorphine. Okay. Pink. Oh no! I will clean up the glorp. It's very violent and very sudden. Yeah. Goodbye, Ghost. We love you. Yeah, the glorp from dying seems a lot more clean resistant, you know. Is that all of it? It's a little mess where. I think that's all. Actually, I paid my taxes. I even got my tax refund. Well, part of it already. Actually? Don't mess with the IRS. I'm not. No one is. I'm making sure. Alrighty. Are you okay? Very good, very good. Very good testing. Nice. Yeah, I just want to talk to the pretty lady at the counter. You know, see if I can get her number. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's sweet. Ah. Damn. Yep, that we can end our day. How are you feeling, Mia? Do you want to keep going? Just going. Got the brainwasher. Oh my god. Wait, where is he? Is he still in the bathroom? Hey. I mean, the tool's not ready. Don't leave yet. Wait, don't leave yet. Sir, don't leave yet. Wait. Same. The video recording camera or the... Oh! Oh, Jesus. Oh! Sorry. Random thing. Mew, did you want to join my Oshi? My Oshi is like MySpace for VTubers. Okay, I'll give you invite code then. I mean to ask you, I kept forgetting. The first thing I said to my wife was that she was too beautiful. I wanted to marry her, and we're oh, cute. Oh, sorry, we got. Oh, fuck. Okay. But yeah, do you want to keep going, or do you? Because I know you weren't feeling tip top either, so. We're so close. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm down for that because I think we'd make enough to do the expansion. I don't want to see how big the store will get if we buy one. Wait, will we have enough for one? I think we have to buy that thingy first. Oh God. Alright. Maybe I'll have to keep playing this game offline so that way I can make the store bigger. Bigger. Alright. Let's get making money. No problem. Take your time. Take your time. We need pink and red. Not this one. We need the biscuits and the light cereal. Cereal. I really like this game. Jones looks like a guard dog protecting the shop. He's just waiting. He's waiting for the smell of money. Once he smells money, he's gonna be on that bitch. There's no tomorrow. Oh shit, you gooped? It's okay, you can just drink it, no problem. Oh, I think I glooped. My bad. I can... Is it dirty? Oh my God. Does it feel good? I don't know. Woo! Oh, that matters. I gotta... And over. Anybody using the ATM? Oh my God! I did not know they actually made fart noises in the bathroom. You didn't wash your hands! Green top. Stinky over here. Ooh, this is really good. My camera go. No, that's so fair. What, $5? Yo. Sheesh. Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's better than just, I guess, drinking straight up soba. Okay. That's done. Yeah, fuck yeah! Damn, that guy likes our store, I guess. I mean, they dyed their hair green just for us. I mean, need to record people using the ATM and washing their hands. Our trash can is full. Nah, it's just a little mascot. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. True. Okay, my bad. I'm really bad at this. I don't know how Ghost does this without us getting in trouble all the time. Yeah, truly. Alright, what we got? We got... Me? Yeah, I do. I do. I just don't like to play it by myself. Would you like to play that next week? Okay, okay, no problemo. Oh right, cause well, you just let me know. I'll keep my day open for you. No sweat. No sweat. Oh. Yeah. That's fair, yeah. And if they come back, wouldn't they be closer to home then? Seems like seems like common sense to me. But like saving money is saving money. Yeah, I mean, yeah, especially if it's like that much money. Like, I feel like yeah, there's easy arguments for a lot of things, but saving money, especially that much, is like that's a good amount. Uh-huh. No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I need someone to come into the bathroom. Aye, aye, Capital. Someone use the bathroom, please. I need to watch you freshen up. Yeah, it's like the cleanest part of our establishment. True. We don't need to. thinks there's 2. I did it. I took the chance. $5 a gallon is criminal. It is. Found the camera. You have a lot of points. Scanner 2.0. And then you can upgrade the store for the pump. And then, yeah. What does... Oh! It's okay. The game got revenge for upgrading it. I did get run over. Ugh. Okay, hold on. I will try to fix it. I apologize. Should have done this overnight. I don't know how much gas is here. Same? And also, I take the bus a lot. Fair. Where's your car? This container empty. You're so low on gas, dog. It's been a very busy day. 900. What do you mean? We only have 700. That math doesn't math. You know what? I just wanted to make your work-life balance better. You know, I just wanted to make the quality of work better for you. I can't even English. Fuck you. Listen. You know, I don't know what you want from me, man. I'm just trying my best as a manager. I just want to make the store bigger. Oh! Fired. Fired. I buy. Do you want a cat, Shems? If I buy you a cat, would that make you feel better? Okay. Oh, I can't put the cat all the way out here. I can put it on the. I'll put it right next to. There you go. Now, unironically, I'm gonna be playing this game. So I can max out the store. Yeah, dude. Maybe I'll make like a separate save for that though, so that way we can always have this one. Oh, god damn it. Shims, you can't win an argument with married store owners. This is true. Where's my goop? Oh shit. I got this. I am shaking my whole desk. Got it. Got it. Yeah, Shims wanted a cat. Shims, would you like anything else? Would you like a cheap gas sign? That's not. Wait, can I put a toilet stall outside? Oh, no, I can't. Would you like a dumpster over here? I could give you a dumpster. There you go. There you go. Go. Do you like anything else? Do you wanna? Listen. Listen, we don't. This is a family-owned gas station, sir. It was blood, sweat, and tears going to this place. I can't do a lot. You want to fuck my wife? Oh, he glooped when I said it. He glooped. He glooped. He glooped. He glooped. He glooped. He glooped. My employee here wants to be head of the family. Won't fuck my wife. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe this. Shems, other than a raise and other than a promotion, what would make your life here at Probe and Go better? You don't know. A work what's that even mean? Yeah, you already got a cat. Okay, well, that's kind of like what you signed up for though, so it's like not really my fault. If you think about it. Alrighty. I shall exit the... Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh, Jesus. Mm-hmm. Oh my god! What the fuck? What are the are they okay? Are they supercharged cat? Oh no. Ha! Thor's like, nice cats, they're mine now. Oh no. That's insane. I'm so sorry. Uh-huh. Oh my god, your poor cat. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, your girly pop might have also done that when she played on my server by accident. Whoopsies. You know. No. Oh no. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, if you do the entity culling mod, you wouldn't have to do that anymore because it would just cull things that you don't see, but not things that are pets. So if like they're named creatures, they will not disappear. But if they are, I'll look for a specific one because there's quite a few of them for you. But yeah, I should hop back on the server. I've been very tired, but I love Minecraft, so. No problem. Yeah, if you want to send me those whenever, I'm down. I'll play. And then sometime near my birthday, will you guys play Minecraft with me on my server? I promise it's super optimized. The pack is really nice. Huh? Huh? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm totally happy. Yeah, if you want to do something for your birthday, I'll be there, leaving the day open. I might have D&D, but other than that, I'll leave it open for you. And then and I'll let you know my plans. Birthday. Shims, when's your birthday? Would you tell me the fucking date so I can put it on a calendar? I have a calendar. I forgot. Thank you. When's Ghost's birthday? July 17th. Ghost's birthday. Okay, thank you. Listen, I only started this birthday thing recently. Happy, yours is November 14th, 1870. Damn, you're old. Old! The bite of 87? Okay. Well, thank you guys for joining me. Do you guys care if I upgrade this save or if you want me to duplicate it? Okay, cool. I will be doing that then. Yeah, it'll be great. I'll be like, I'm a hustler. Alrighty. Well, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day then. Thank you for playing game with me. I love you. Goodbye. Alright. Alrighty. I don't know if they're gonna stay in the game. I'm gonna play one more day though, I think. I want to kick them. I don't want to kick them. I have 666 birthday. It was 666 birthday? What? What does that mean? Older than the trees, wiser than the trees, one could say. End collaboration. There we go. Oh shit! January, February, March, April, May, June? June 26th? March, April, May, June 26th. This is Kiwi Goblin birthday. Oh, I need to put that. That's on the wrong calendar. No. There we go. Nope. Birthdays. There we go. Everybody leave. Okay, I can do one more day. I can do one more. Old. I don't know if I actually can do one more day. Because this is like, there's a lot of things to do. But we're going to try. We're going to do one more day. Just because, like, I really want to expand. I really want to expand the business, you know? We're missing Ravios. Are we missing anything else? Ravios. Orange. Ravios and orange, I think, are the two right now. Ravies. And orange. Luckily, they're not that expensive. We want diesel. I need more 89 now. And diesel. Oh man. Oh no, I glooped. I glooped. Oh, I wasn't done with that. Okay. Oh no. You gotta be a lot more prepared, I think, if you're gonna do the single player. Elaine! Hello, Corey. Oh, come on in. How are you? I need fuel. Diesel, 89. I'm just gonna buy one of everything. You remind yourself and it hurts. Are you weak or strong? That's a question that I cannot answer. I'm gonna tell you what. I don't really need the research points, so I'm not gonna worry about that today. Okie dokie. I gotta take this fuel. Dumb? Yes. Oh, okay. This is not the one I should be refilling. I need the diesel. The bathroom's stinky. Oh my god, I don't actually know if I can do this. Diesel. Okay. This should be enough. Alrighty. How much? You want 93? 93. I honestly thought that said death gun. Alright, inside. It's dirty in here. Oh my god. Dummy thick. Shouldn't you have some sort of GUR helper like Zim? That's what BLT is for. BLT is our backup manager. You know, I'm working a solo shift today. It's very hectic. Oh my god, this guy bought so much stuff. Okay, I think this is at least a 2-player game, I'm gonna be honest. 74 point. No, but I believe. 8-2. Okay. We're gonna go back and forth. That would be so cute.
And I work as much as a real manager.
You really do, bud. Wow, people be really buying our stuff today. Hello. No. How? I'm using all my Adderall today to play this. Okay. You can wait. I need to go do car stuff. 89. I don't know how much 89 we have. We have no 89. Does it say we have no 89? I'm literally fueling it with 89. The pump might be broken. Hello. 87, you got it. Hello, how's this game? It is good. I was playing it with my friends a little earlier, but they are a bit low energy today, so I'm playing it by myself for a little bit because I really want to get upgrades for all of us. So I'm doing a little bit of grinding. Grr, where is the bacon in the soap? It was me. I was in the turkey. Oh, I used to be able to do that as a kid. I don't think I can do that now, though. It was me. I was in the turkey. Oh, they made the dirty. Morning stretches. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Wait, is this the game where you have to pretend to... Yes! Ooh, big stretch. Big stretch. I'm not gonna do the research point stuff just because, like, I feel like my friends like doing that. Alright. Be sure to stretch. Put one arm over your head and grab it with the opposing arm and stretch it. It didn't sound like it actually paused. I heard a ding. Ugh. Hello, Bad Tooth Records. Currently, I am by myself. I know it says I am playing with friends, but I am no longer playing. My friends have left me. Cash. I'm now currently grinding by myself for my friends. Hold on. Wait, I should change that. What the seal doing? What the cat cow doing? My friends be like, yeah, no. No, my friends were here earlier. They were tired. Alright, I will do the arm workouts in a minute. I'll do that as I'm shifting over to do some work, because we will be doing a little bit of work today. Okay. 87. Give me... Okay, and then they want the diesel. This episode where... The episode where he was stealing guts was the most traumatizing. I don't remember that one. I remember the taco one. And chat, this is true. Chat are my friends. You guys are some of my best friends. Anything good in here? Yes. Are there keys right there? God damn you, lucky lad. Luck for you. As Happy would say, luck for you. 100 years luck. Mavios? Oh, we don't have any. Oh shit, did I leave that in the truck? I did. Fuck. There you go. 89. Oh, yeah, I just heard it in my earbud. That it was Lucky Lad. It was Lucky Lad. Diesel. There we go. Oh. What if it's the same little guy? What if it's the same? What do you mean? What do you mean? I might have to play a couple days. One, 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. 50, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Moth. 5 out of 8. Very nice. Very nice. Very stinky in here. It'll be stinky outside too. It is not. 87. 87 I think is the broken one? No, it is not. Well, we're out of 87 now, but I have some in the back. I cursed his son to star in a high school basketball movie? What the fuck? What if it's the same little guy and he just gets back in the box after you pull him? That would be devious. I remember Sky High. That one actually... Is that the one that had, like, the kids that were, like... They had, like, superpowers and stuff? Is that one? Because if so, I really like that one. Boop. Boop. 89. Boop. 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 Yeah, it's the broken one. I don't know how much 89 actually has. Oop. Container's empty. Container's empty. I gotta clean the shop up. Hello. Guy in the back. What the fuck? Elaine, do you know the Disney Luck of the Irish? I do not. What is that? What is that? I am intrigued. You have piqued my interest. 1, 2, 1, okay. I don't have a lot of bread. I don't have a lot of bread right now. I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared. Hello, welcome in. I can get some pictures. I got 2 pictures. I don't know if I need... I don't know if there's anyone else that I can take pictures of because it's the end of the day. There's someone outside. Boop. Lucky Lad emote when? We could put them in the Discord. I could put previous beans in the Discord. Look at the Irish was a Disney Channel movie about a kid who learned that he was part Leprechaun, used cheat. I think I remember that. I think I remember what I remember more was like something like it was like an Asian name, like Wendy Lou, the fucking Asian one where she's like a karate master and she's got to go to prom or something. I think that was the one I'm thinking about. Stinky. Why does people make this one stinky? When You Woo, the Homecoming Warrior, starring Brenda Song. Exactly that one. The trash can derpy. It is. Kind of hard to see that trash can when it's placed there. Hello. Welcome in. Oh, I have $10, not enough to make the store better. I had a crush on her in middle school. I thought she was really pretty. I liked Brenda Song. I still like Brenda Song a lot. Wizards of Waverly Place smacked. Have you seen the new one? It's like beyond Wizards of Waverly Place or whatever. I'm throwing this away. We did not need this many. Boop. Boop. Nah, is it good? I don't know. I think it might be good because I saw a clip of it and I think one of the storylines pretty interesting. But I don't know if it's like got that same chutzpah, I guess you could say, as the original one, you know? 53.23. Okay. Good day. Oh, we have enough money. We barely have enough money. Okay, do I upgrade the store or do I buy more stuff? Do I buy more stock? I think I should buy more stock. And then play one more day out so that way I can be sure that like everything's stocked up before I get off. Or play Charlie is barely younger than you. Wait. I'm so good. She's one of the few Disney Channel actors who turned out okay. Apparently, the mom for Good Luck Charlie came out as a massive. Also, really? I thought Charlie was older than. Oh, wait, no. Charlie was the baby, right? Jake, the cartoon, The Life and Times of Juniper Lee was great. Jake Long, the American Dragon was really good. I remember that. Shaolin Showdown? Yeah, the baby. Charlie was the baby. Really? I always thought she was, like, way younger than me. But I guess, like, the thing is, though, like, when people, like, have TV shows, they're, like, recorded ahead of time, you know? I think I could put the Diesel in here. I might have to save and then, like, restart. She's 20 to 21. Damn, really? I did not know that. Damn. Interesting. Oh. Okay. Let's do the next day, and then we'll order stuff. Oh, it's me. I'm the one setting that off. Boop, 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 boop. I don't even remember how old I was when that show, the Charlie Show came out. Disney child actor try not to succumb to the madness challenge. On God. Okay, save, quit, yes. I want to restart it. Because the gas station was broken. Worst it hurts. I'm going to the bathroom, but I want to finish this and then I'll go bathroom. I'm gonna be honest, the whole Nickelodeon and like Disney Child Star thing is fucking crazy to me. High key. You either fall into the madness or get old enough to be a parent in your show reboot. That's true. That is very true. What is this one? 93. Does 93 need any more? 93 needs like a little bit more. I'm gonna buy, I think like one of like everything essentially. iCarly. I didn't really like iCarly. I didn't like the whole thing with what's his name? Fred and Carly. I just thought that was stupid. I didn't like it. Anything read by a terrible person. So true. Okay, so we need more green drink, squares, anchovies, like everything. These guys, these, the gray anchovies, the thermoses. Did not enjoy Fred. Yeah, I don't know. Just Fred. I liked Sam a lot though. Sam was cool. Liked her and her butter sock. We need pink biscuits, and we need the green, and we need the green drink. We need the pink biscuits, the green cereal. What is green cereal? The thermoses, the guy aliens, car, the thermoses, the guy aliens, and one of every bread type, I think. And then I'm also gonna buy one of every fuel type. I'm gonna have Sam's level unbothered energy. On God, he was in charge of more than half of Nick's teen show. Yeah, on God. Like, honestly, I feel like when I realized, like, for example, like the Victorious Justice stuff, I was just kind of like, I don't know, it just made me change how I felt about like all the shows I watched as a kid, because I watched a lot of those like Nickelodeon shows. About my mom. Oh yeah, Sam wrote a book about her mom, or I guess the actress of Sam wrote a book about her mom. This is the thermos Sadia's. Wait, did I buy 2 thermoses? I did. Whoops. Arya or Justice. That's fair. I don't know. At the end of the day, honestly, I don't feel like they were that worth it to watch. Even as far as Zoe 101. Yeah, I remember hearing about the drama of Zoe 101, but that one is one like that was like a little too old for me, the Zoe 101. They were on, but I mostly watched cartoons. Yeah, cartoons were the shit. Cartoons were where it was at. This can go here. This can go. We have like access to stuff. You had me in the age. I'm just saying, I was a bit young when it came out. I didn't understand the college drama yet. Oh, I didn't get any snacks. That's the one thing I forgot was snacks. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Boop. Boop. I got a treat because you booped me. Thank you. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I've been needing to go to the bathroom for a while. I just haven't. I need to go to the bathroom with me. You said she had to get dinner. Some stuff got funnier as it got older, like Seinfeld. I never watched Seinfeld, but I feel like a lot. I've been like hearing people reference it more, and I feel like I kind of want to watch it.
Came into the dunny with me to help me wipe. Just unreal, mate. Bloody well love it.
Go piss car. I will. Give me a second. I gotta put all this stuff away, and then I gotta buy snacks. But I'll buy snacks after I get back from the bathroom. Okay. Gotta get all this fuel, and then I'll do an order. Actually, no, I will order it now. Be smarter to order it now, because then the car can leave and then come back. Also, I glooped. Oops. Besides, I got 12 days to get my... to get ready to play my game. I'm trying to buy like a bitch, because I'm gonna rewatch one of the my favorite animes, even though I know it only has it just feels great. On God, that's just how it is. It's nice when like, even though it's like a shorter thing, like sometimes some of those things can just be nice because like they're good quality, you know. They didn't try to wring it out, milk it. Each disc only held like 5 as Bobby Dan if I didn't rewatch. My family had a few of those Nickelodeon mini players, and I had a disc for Zoe 101 Bro! I love Ned's Declassified. On God, there was... Okay, quick story time as I clean stuff up. When I was younger, I wrote down a Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide episode on a piece of paper because I wanted to be like Ned, and I got in trouble. They thought I was writing notes to be bad, but I was just being a goober, and I liked it, and I thought the show was cool. All right, we need not that. I just need a rack. I got in trouble. Yeah, I got in trouble. I got in so much trouble. They were like, "Are you being a hooligan? Who are you trying to pass notes to?" I was like, "No one. This is just a thing from a TV show that I like." Boop. I need to order the snacks, right? What I was coughing? Damn. Alright, one of each. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. So I will be right back. I really gotta go. I'll be right back. And I know Queen Cheddar with kids in my... What did that contain? I saw that going around, but I didn't know what that was. Rip that slam. Dude, I'm a pussy, bruh. I'll be right back, and I will also read Bat's message when I get back. I'll be right back. go back. I'm probably gonna rewatch Whispering Me a Love Song first because I still need to finish the show, and then rewatch I'm Loving Villainess and see if I can find a website to read The Lightning on voice and manga for both. Understandable. Alright. School. We talk about school. Oh, Flay, thank you for sharing your streak. Come on in. So wait, what? I did somehow end up with a group of stalkers in high school, though, and they formed a weird king cult. That sounds crazy. Also, congrats on 6 out of 8. I don't know if anybody else has 6 out of 8. Alright. Time to play one more of this, and then we gotta get to work. Go here. Reminds me of hearing stories of my ex's friend who would spill the tea from this kink club she was in. Oh, she passed me? What happened? Oh, rip. I'm sorry. God damn it, Abby. Yeah, I don't know why. Kink clubs are like things that have to do with like sex-based things are very drama-filled. Maybe because it leads to cults. Probably because it leads to cults, to be fair. They're just stalking me, but why were they stalking you? Did they want to make you their next cult leader, you think? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chips left. Put them at the bottom. Alrighty. Hmm. I don't. Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. In theory, should be okay if everyone's mature and reasonable. In practice, there's a lot of people with a lot of feelings. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anna said that she found messages where they want... That's very scary. I just go up here. Who knows? She was known for lying to protect her kids. Interesting. That's very strange lie, but, you know, to each their own. Did I die here? When did I die here? I had blood there. Alright, we gotta put these away. Alrighty. Guys, also as a side note, to not to bring down the scarcity that is sex cults and stalkers. Do you guys have any like heavy duty storage, like modular like craft storage drawers that you could recommend? Because I'm thinking I'm trying to reorganize my office. Elaine, what would you tell your 12-year-olds of if you went back in time? I love you. Probably. I love you. Don't get lazy during COVID. My life. Oh, meet Pixels now. Go find Pixels. My life was very wild before I became an adult. Now I'm boring. Nah, you just chilled out. Another guy some me for Xmas. Let me check it. Yeah, Harbor Freight Apache cases. I don't know. What the fuck? What is this? Harbor Freight Apache cases? What the fuck? That's not gonna hold on my stuff. Yeah, I was thinking of getting the Sterilite tubs, but I don't know if I want those ones. But I was thinking about it. Okay. Gotta open the store. One more day of the store. Did I really stack all the... I didn't stack everything. But I had pets. I didn't get any more of the pink aliens. Biscuit. Biscuit. Put that away. idea. They're not that tough, but they're good enough to make see-through. Yeah, the see-through is the important. They're okay. Hold on. I buy sizes that stack well. Yeah, that's what I have. Smaller ones, but I will look at these in a second. Once I can slide under my bed. Yeah, I want to slide one under my like desk, essentially, because like I have a craft desk, but I craft at my desk. So I have 2 desks in my office. One that I use all the time, and then I have the one that would you want diesel? That is meant to be my craft desk, but I don't really use the craft desk all that much. So it's dirty. Same peak. Yeah. But I'm at my desk like more. I like being at my desk more than I like being at my craft desk, just because like I'm staring at a blank wall. I got turned around. Almost got run over. Yeah, I can just slide them all in there. There you go. 32, 31. Okay. Oh, it's dirty. Eat Dorby. Oh, they didn't make that dirty. They did make it dirty. But yeah, I just had, like, I woke up today and I was, like, annoyed because, like, it's not, my office it doesn't, okay, it has a good amount of stuff, but I wouldn't say it's enough stuff to where, like, I should feel as cluttered as I do. And it's because, like, I have pockets, for example, of, like, craft stuff. I have pockets of area where I have craft stuff instead of, like, just having an area for each. That makes sense. I currently face a wall and the sun is behind me and it kind of poop, but I can't change that fact because I have to sit this way because it's the only way my desk will fit in my office. They're buying so many Cokes. Enjoy. Cash. 5512. Oh, where's the other shoe? But yeah, I just kind of want to redo my office. It's like basically my office is already like, cause like I have an aesthetic that I want the my office to be, and like I already have it mostly there. It's just the organization at this point. Guidelines for room of furniture placement. That's fair. I feel like I could have followed it a little bit better, but also it's technically, I think, not good if you have like technology near a window. Like even though it's better for me to be near a window, I don't sit next to a window because like it's not good for my computer. See? There's Glorp. There's Gleep Glorp. Where's the shoe? Dude, I just had the fucking... There it is. It wasn't out here, though. There we go. Diesel. I love daydreaming. Hold on, sorry. But sometimes an outlet or event is a bad spot. That's true. Or is in a bad spot. I love daydreaming in IKEA demo rooms. On God, it's kind of fun. Oh God, it's kind of fun. Cause they like set up a whole scene. Open your door. Help POV, I'm at your door. Open your door. Lord Fried Raid. I love it. I love it. Welcome on in, gamers. What were you up to? You were in the food and drink category. What were you eating and or drinking or just talking about, really? Welcome on in. I am playing this game because I want to do some upgrades so me and my friends can play this with more room. But welcome on in. How's it going? How did you find us, if I may ask? But if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Do not feel like you have to stay here with me if you are tired. But if you do want to stick around, feel free to hang out as I play this and do a little bit of work. We made kielbasa fried rice. Lord, oh my god, that sounds amazing. I found you because of the full 44. Oh, I did. Oh, thank you. Thank you for suggesting me. That means a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Feel free to tell more about your stream and how the cooking went. Was there any disasters? Is there any disasters? Facing a window is the same as facing... Hold on. Ow! Facing a wall in feng shui, they say the best position is facing the middle of the room. Really? I mean, that kind of makes sense, honestly. Cowblin, like raiding other cows. I am a cat cow. I am a cat cow. Gloomy Cookie, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Moo! I'm currently a seal. Hold on, let me change my normal model. Hold on, I'll change to my normal model so you can get the cow effect. But welcome on in. The room is big enough. It's kind of in the way. BRB, no problem. No problem. Here we go. This is my normal form. Except I clicked buttons in the wrong order. Don't mind me. Ayo, Cow Gaming hype. Yes. Oh my god, did I not pause it? No, I did. I did. Oh, Floofy Tail. Yes, I am a cat cow lich mara. That is my lore. Thank you, George, for the follow. Lee George? I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. I haven't said your name because I don't know how to say it. So if I said it wrong, I'm really sorry. I have no bread. Yes, I have no bread and I'm sorry. But yeah, we were talking also about how to organize my office because I'm living in my first apartment. I've been here for a few years. I've decided it's time to change the feng shui in my office. It's pronounced Lee George, of course. Of course. I need to grab the money first and then put the pump in the car, and then he wanted 87. Think French. Les jours? I don't know if they pronounce J's in French. Hello? I can say baguette. Does that count? 33.09. Okay. Honestly, I wish this game had a thing there, like, if there's only one player in the session, the thing kind of slows down a bit. Because this definitely is, like, it's pretending like there's 4 people in this game. Stinky toilet. Stinky toilet. Valid enough, thank you. Omelette du fromage. I do like that one. Sacre bleu. Ménage à trois. Those are all the French words I know, I think. 54. Ooh. 54. I wish I could type with the keypad. That would be awesome. Oh, hello. Excuse me, I gotta go outside. 93, 80, 93. Bon Clay taught you to count in French? Like, it's... I fucking forgot one. It's like deux, trois. And then I forgot the rest. I'm gonna be honest. 89, thank God. Okay. Oop. Double you forgot. Oh, they're probably saying it's stinky. I forgot to take out the trash. I take out the trash. Oh, the trash is not full yet. Nice. Okay. Oh, I didn't click. Okay. Oh, they want diesel. It's okay. I won't do too much chatting while we're in ads. I'll lock the fuck in though. With my soul. Okay. Oop, oop. my god, this person bought a lot of stuff. I like that if I could just swipe everything in, it just works. Oh, and they paid with exact amount. Yes. I don't know where the other boot went. Wait, is this a dirt spot? Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink water and we must do our big daily stretches, our exercises here in a second. Oh no, I needed the fuck. I needed that for the research points. Teehee, whoops. I glooped. Okay, we're good. Okay. Is it on your foot? What it? Oh, unfortunately, no. I think I just misplaced it completely.
You put the weed in the
You little
coconut,
coconut and light that shit up.
You put the weed in the coconut and you light that shit up.
Where I stand. I stand over here. Ha 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 ha! I'm getting better at this camera stuff without them noticing. Are you playing alone now? I left a bit ago to eat dinner. I am playing alone. I wanted to upgrade the store at least once so that I could know what the store is like, because we're getting a little cramped in here. We're getting a little cramped. I feel like this is not an opportune spot. You know what? I'm gonna put the cool one out here. Right there. I'm gonna take this one and we're gonna put it in here. Oh, I was in the... There you go. When no one turns... When one more round turns into 5... Listen! Listen, it only turned into 3 this time. Because I have enough. I have enough to get the what we want. Okay? Also, my roommate made me an... Yes, I'd love to see! It's okay, I'm not judging. I feel judged. I feel judged. I have to record these guys? No, she just got red hair. Okay. I need this woman to be done shopping. I'm gonna go fill up the gas. I sent it in the fridge. Okay, give me 1 second. The gas pump is full. That's so unfortunate. It almost fully filled. There's just a sliver of diesel left. And I think I bought too much 87. No, I bought too much 93. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna look in the fridge. Oh my god, this is so cute! Oh my god, I love that kind of art. That like crayon-y art style, I love. At least you have more constraint than me, because I play a new game for like 3 days straight with barely any sleep in between. It's that work-life balance, you know? As long as I know I got work, you know, I can't just waste away as much as I want to. Like, I've been, unironically, I have been thinking about this game every day since we played it last week. Thank you for coming in. You the only person? Yeah, they're the last person. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Go check the trash can. Trash can good. Whereas I mean a bunch of That's so fun! Is it designed around a game? Because I see that like you're wearing like a little cute little outfit. Is it designed around a game? I love that style, honestly. I think Ghost kind of draws like that. I really like it. Okay, cool. We can upgrade the store. Shop. Nope, not that one. Upgrade. I'm gonna lurk while eating. No problem. Enjoy your kielbasa. Pump expansion. I want this one. Yes, my little gooper. Expand your gas station until it covers the face of the earth. Yes! Now I redesigned my persona. fair. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Okay. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Oh my god. Yes. Okay, now I gotta spend like an hour redecorating. Give me a second. Okay, wait. Wait, hold on. Let's use cash register right. Oh, am I in the way? Oh, is it this? Okay. Put that there. And then we can put this. Well, it's not optimal. I feel like to put it at an angle. I'm going to put it at an angle anyway. Actually, it's super not optimal to put this at an angle. Oh, fuck. Actually, I kind of want the ATM to be in a corner. It doesn't need that much space. Hey, Kiki. Hi, Micah, my love. How are you doing? I hope you are well. I've missed you. How are you? All right, and then complimentary water next to the soda, so you know you could be sad about the fact that you can't afford the soda. Kitty cat. I sent the gifts for the 3 of them. Is mine, my roommate, and our friend? Hello! Oh my god, these are so cute! Oh, these are so cute. I hope that whatever you guys are doing with these binges, you have so much fun. Oh my god, that's amazing. Those are so cute. The bathroom did not get bigger, which upsets me just a little bit. All right. I think my current plan is to start making these like this, I think. Except I am back. I lurk. Okay, no problem. Thank you for the lurk, Vika. Guys, check out Vika if you haven't. Vika, near you always when I see you on. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. It's like for when we start streaming, like how you have the ones with your friends. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, that's so awesome. Super hype for you and your friends. Yippee. Put the bread. Do I want to put it like that or should I put it horizontally, you think? To just walk away. I don't know if I want to do it that way or if I want to do it horizontally. Or hear me out. I was saying I lurk a lot. Oh! So that means a lot to me that you would lurk. What you playing? I'm currently playing Roadside Research. It's where it's a co-op game where you play as you have to pretend to be humans. But you're all aliens and you want to run a gas station. And I'm trying to figure out how I want to set up the gas station cuz me and my friends were playing on this earlier, but I realized there's a little bit of a grind to get to some of the upgrades, so I wanted to grind offline. So that way, next time we play, they don't have to grind. They don't have to think about grinding. Is this too far apart? How far? Like that instead. Like that. Yippee woohoo! Hi, Taylor! Welcome on in. Hello. Yeah, I think I kind of like that, because then it's like either side. And then we can move this. I like this being here. Barely human. Barely. Just like VTubers. This is true. Just like this is actually quite true. Is this the problem? Oh, fuck. Okay, then we will do it like this. Like my oh, you can't see my toes. I have 2 toes. Hardly working or working hard? Yes. I guess I'll put the ATM here. Our clock. I like it more, I think. Oh, sorry, I glorped. I glooped on the floor. Whoopsie poopsie. Good thing it's after hours. I don't like that. Oh my god, that's the other shoe. We found the other shoe. Yippee. Wait, can I move this stuff? I can. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. Can I move? I can't move this though. Interesting. Okay, we might leave that there. Maybe. I think we will. I don't know if I like this. I think I do. I wish there wasn't a window right there, if I'm honest. I might, if I have the room. That door is there, but that door leads to nothing. So I don't really know. We'll put our kitty there. The kitty's jaw's fixed. Boop. Bee. It's like barely not. I don't know what the door is here for. So I might just cover it. I might just cover it. And then we can put like our baked goods here. And then Miu has like a good, I think the cat should be this way. I would maybe bring this out just like a little bit more though. Actually, what if we put it here? Hard at work. Yeah, I mean, kinda. Alright, what if we put it there? And you have enough room to kind of get back here. You can also look at the people doing the ATM stuff. Or I guess the ATM could go over here, actually. Kind of like that idea. The ATM is here. And then we have the bread. The good bread. And then we have this. Yeah, next to the bathroom. So you can have a nice, fresh drink of water. And we got the kitty cat. And then the fan. So that way you don't have to smell the customers. Like a little plant. Yeah. Yeah. See what 84-hour paycheck looks like. What makes it the good bread? Because it's our bread. It's the good alien bread, obviously. You like shove this in here. I'm sad that we can't like sell stuff. Like sell furniture, but it's okay. I have more of these. Okay, we want to have at least one box type of each, I think. I can also buy... I think I want to buy one more storage thing. So that way we can have more room for it. Let me see. I don't like the butter placement. Can you tell Elaine might have mild OCD? Because, like, the placement of these, mechanically don't matter at the end of the day. I'm just kind of putting them here because I can. Do we have any more of the green stuff? Green cereal. There you go. Kind of like it. Green cereal. And then let's put the biscuits next to the cereal. Yeah. Biscuits. Do we have any more of the neon pink biscuits? Yes. Boop, boop. Boop. Put this here. Put that there. Alright, these are the bubber sticks. Bubber. I guess I'd be okay with putting the butter sticks over here. Oh. Does your cat ever make biscuits? She does. She makes my cat Moira makes very slow biscuits. She's a very slow and gentle biscuit maker. She takes her time when it comes to making biscuits. I have so much of this fucking butter. I made an oopsie. Actually, let me combine them into one box. There you go. Can't rush quality, it's true. She's very slow and meticulous with her biscuit making. Boop. Is this more? Oh, this is the blue butter. There you go. But yes, she's a very slow and meticulous biscuit maker. Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola. That's kind of feel. Okay, and then. Oh. 418. Put those here. Do you like bongos? Would Moira like bongos? I don't think she'd like bongos, if I'm completely honest. I think she'd be pretty upset about bongos. I don't think she's a bongo kind of gal. Oh, my ear itches. I have so much fucking butter. I bought too much butter, chat. She doesn't like what's happening to her right now. Why do you think she would like bongos? She deserves bongos. Are you sure that she deserves bongos? It's a big ask. Just take her heated blanket and plug it in there. Moira is bugging Pixels, and Pixels is like, please. We have fucking 2 fucking things of... We have so many. I made a small error in my ways buying this many thermals. Okay. Kind of want this side to be like the non-perishables, you know? Why do I have so much butter and biscuits? I wish you could stack the butter and biscuits higher, honestly. Kind of sucks that you can't. Is that... This is the light blue butter. Okay. Light blue butter, dark blue butter. Oh my god, I bought so much butter. Whoopsies. Okay, put those there. Oh. Guess I'll just put these here. Boop, boop. Also, why do these go on snack racks? How come nothing else can... Why can't snacks go on normal racks? Is it because you'd have too many? Put these ones here. Okay. Alright. I feel like we're missing stuff in the store, though. And it's my duty as the manager to buy them. We're missing Coke Zero. We're missing... I feel like we're missing more than just that. We can put this trash can over here now. It's my 5th day breaking in my new boots, and they're getting comfier, but I can't wait till it's been like half a year and they're really comfy. That's fair. That's fair. That is always an exciting thing with like good quality shoes, is the idea that they'll get super comfy. Conk Zero and Beppis. Yes, yes. We might hold off on the feminine ones. We need more of this. These were the head patch. I mean, more Sprite and Conk. Conk Zero. And butane gas, raisins, cookies, and then bread. And then we'll stock up and then we can call it. We can throw away some of this now. Okay, these are the spritz. Fresh stack of spritz. Fresh stack of butane. Which the butane I want to put on the end. Where the... Okay, so... there you go. Actually, shouldn't the less full one be on top? I feel like it should be. I can feel like my Adderall kicked in and stuff like that, and I can tell that it's kicking in at the greatest time, and that's when I'm fucking stocking up a store. In a video game. There you go. Now we have raisins. Raisins. So I really only have one raisin can left in it? It does. Damn. Lane's planning is not the greatest, but at least everything's stocked. You know? Bread. Baguettes. Baguette. Anchovies. Maybe I should buy another thing of Ravio's tea. These are more baguettes. But they're different variants of the baguettes. And then I got buns. I think I might have gotten more of the normal bread. I did not. Yippee. Okay, good. And then Conch Zero. Alrighty. Things that have stuff left in them. I'll put over here. Yeah. And then I need... I think I'll buy a little bit more Ravios. If I can afford it. Shop. Dry Ravios. I can just afford it, chat. Let's fucking go. Thank you. Alrighty. I did the thing again. There you go. There we go. Store is all stocked. It looks nice and pretty now. We don't really need this box. We also don't really need this extra box either. Alrighty. Oh, I feel like this is kind of boring with this being like this. Can I put stuff on the back of it? I could. Then let's put this here. I thought we had one of these. Do we have any more decorations? Not really. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I might switch this placement and this placement though. Kitty's floating. There you go. There you go. Well, now it's in front of the window. Never mind. And then, actually, let's switch these. Because I think if we have this one, this is just a human trash can. But if we have, like, the alien trash can outside, it might get sabotaged more often, which would suck. Once again. think that's pretty good, right? It's like, oh, it's like a little off. I think. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh. Alrighty. Alright, good shit, chat. Good shit. We did it. We did it. Can I buy a flower pot? I wish you could buy like a little table or something, like a small or like a bigger plant, like a nice big potted plant right here would be really nice. But let me see. I should actually end the day and then say decorations. Exit sign. Oh yeah, I forgot you can have like benches and stuff. Oh, you can't have tables and shelves. They're just like super down the line and we only have $4. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Save. Quit. Alright, good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Alright, let me look at these stackable bins. Do they not have them anymore? What do you mean? Oh. Damn, that's fine. I can look at those another day. Alright. We got co-working to do. Then we can do maybe more art. If not, then we might do aquatic shop simulator, I think. Was my plan. Unless we want to do that tomorrow. Maybe a little bit of both. A little this, a little bit of that, you know? Sorry, I had a yawn. Alright. Ooh, I didn't move those files over, actually. I was like, Elaine, remember to move those files over. Remember to move those files over. And then I forgot. Move. Why doesn't it want to move? Oh, guys, I stopped working. Cool. Oh. Okay. Elaine Z. Okay. Oh, both your hands in the holes of my sweater. Oh, for you here and not to let me go. Call me an aquatic shop some of the way I got that virtual drip. You do though. You do be very drippy. I feel like slang is always lost on me because I just sound like a dweeb. If I'm honest. Alrighty. The armhole or the neck hole. It could be the neck hole. Never thought about that. Could be the neck hole. Export. Export. I gotta grab the other one. Let me put this one here first. What are these? Entity of the week. This one, this one, this one. Oh. When your hands are cold, keep those things out of my neck hole. Listen. What if your neck's warm? You thought about that? It's not my fault that your neck is the warmest place on earth. Your hands in the holes of my sweater. The audacity. Literally. Okay. Oh, I have to turn the music up because I turned it down because we were in a call. Oh, my eyeball. Oh, my God. My eye was not happy with me right there. Okay. And shrine time. 4 done. 4 done. I'm gonna do world building first because I don't actually know how I want to do that one. So. Oop, oop, oop. Clicking all the wrong buttons. It's this one, this one, this one, this one. Thank you for the wellness check, and thank you for reminding me. We need to do our arm exercises, our arm workout. All right. I will count out loud. I have to do 3 sets of 10. Beanbox sticker sheet. Ayo, that would be kind of sick. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Actually, I have to look up something really quick. That reminds me. I saw this 4 sets of 9. 4 sets of 9? What? Sets of what? Label maker. 5 sets of 8. 6 sets of 7? No, 3 sets of 10. God damn it, Happy. 4. Oh, wait. I did this one. 8. Wait. Okay, I'll just start over. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, my arms are hurting. I'm weak. Ah! Okay. Okay, shipping label printer. It's $117. Why is that so expensive? Four, 5, 6. Yeah. Because our printer's kind of dookie poo-poo. And I already have to pay for shipping, so it's kind of like if I want to send stuff, I might have to get a 2x3. I like this song a lot. Best. There you go. Models that offer advanced concept that we're looking at. Shipping labels. Shipping label printer. I'm just curious. When people mislabel stuff in funny ways, like someone labeled their glass jar of matcha powder. What? Shrek? Oh no! Oh no! That's funny though. That would start a good conversation. I'm curious why a label printer and not a printer. Shrug. Because it has the sticky stuff on it. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Doesn't really matter. I was just curious. Chat keeps putting creative ideas in my brains that I want to do stuff for them, and it's boggling my mind. Why did the label printer when printer the curiosity out, printer in? Print in when the of out, the hot food, of in the cold? Fair. If it's the main thing is you can get a little bit for it. That's fair. That's fair. What I found interesting is like thermal, like what a lot of small businesses will do, they'll do like thermal printers. So it's not based off of ink, it's just heat. Is it because it's not on 3 again? You can main the label printer. What? I can main the thing? What? I know that the sky's really sunny. We're in a fuck ton of money. Yeah, the second kind of printer, the print quality is not so good for like stickers and shit, but it's cheaper to buy ink for. Sorry, I'm not even trying. No, you're good. You don't have to try to help. You're okay. Counting away. I just want to make cool merch that's not technically merch for you guys. That's all. Cover their tears in a bright sunny day and forget they're lying. I didn't save it away from the template. That's okay. Rain used to dance with the sky. It doesn't like no color, but inkless if you do a lot of printing. Yeah. Yeah, people were saying like do a thermal printer because like it doesn't take any ink. So you never have to buy ink. But yeah. I don't know. I thought about it enough for today. I will continue to think about this another day because it's not like I want to make those sticker sheets now, you know? Headwind. Scripts. I can't. Saba. Do I need this? I guess I'll keep it. It's already short enough. Right. Pack. Oop. Pack. Save this split pack under or. Okay. Would I get like a bunch of die cut stickers of my persona so I could hand them out or slap them on places with stickers when I travel? Like an order 50 or something from that. I kind of forgot about it for 5 months. That's fair. I think if I were to make stickers, I'd go through like Vogue Race. Because Vogue Race has like some pretty good like stuff. I don't do they do stickers, don't they? Yeah, stickers. They do a lot of like good stuff. Good stuff. I've seen a lot of people do them. Or like work with them. Can also invent in a Cricut machine. I'm lazy. I'll just go through Vogue Race. We don't have that much space for appliances, to be honest. So I don't even know where I'd put a Cricut in my office. Vogue Race? Yeah, Vogue Race is let me pull it back up. Vogue Race is a like merchandise platform. So you can like make keychains, stickers, pins, plushies, like tote bags, prints, and standees. They have lots of unused space. Where? Not for appliances, I feel like. Look at all these. Alright, good night, guys. I'll be looking at our whole video. Thank you back. Good night. But yeah. I like these guys. They worked with a lot of creators that like I feel like they did quite good quality for, so I would personally work with them. I can't remember her name, but she's like a bear. She's like a bear VTuber. I think they have one of these videos. Oh, I guess they don't. But yeah, they're pretty good. I'm just saying space should not be the deciding factor for a choice. Not wanting to do it at home is more important. I mean, I've heard so many like annoyances, I guess, with a Cricut machine. So I'm kind of like meh. Just a little bit. Nightmare Machine. Are the transport costs are counted in the price? Because I know Bogus. I think so. Because I think I ordered something from them after the tariff started, and I think it's already considered. So. I want you to be happy. Freedom comes. Disney on caffeine. Funny friends that make you laugh. Maybe you're just a little bit daffy. It might be better than Silhouette Cameo, but I don't know. It's its own little hobby. What's a Silhouette Cameo? What is that? Need your help. How long is that? Only I do it like to there. So my thing is off. At least, I've seen people make their own artist booth entirely out of vinyl decals and stuff though, so it could be worth it. But it's a whole thing. Yeah, I'm just doing it as like I want to make my own merch kind of thing. I'm not trying to be big old crazy like cool like other artists. You know. A handful. It's like, oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just trying to do little things. Just like a little sticker sheet here and there. You know, nothing too crazy. Shipping out a crocheted thing every now and again. Handful of us. I'm gonna go to YouTube. Group huddle cartoon scene. Actually, let me use my other account for this. Yeah, Uh, I don't know what I'm looking for. I think I'm gonna go here. Yeah. Small team. I mean, ideas, but I like brewing up, but finishing rare. That's why you got me, okay? That's why I like talking to Chad about my ideas, because you guys are good at coming up with ideas, and then I can execute them. Sorry. Uh, we need your help. Within Hedron Studios, there are only a handful of us. I think maybe we could use this one. How does that look? Let's get this. Crystals up here. Communal brain cell. Mm. Cartoon. Scene. I can't. Oh, wait. Take the dog stretching. What was the scene where he's like stretching? Would I miss it? One of my coworkers said he thinks transgenders are mental, and it just makes me want to show him my driver's license that says female, but also I'm not gonna because I don't want to actually stir shit up. That's fair. You should do it on the last day of work, though. There's another episode with this alien family. Remember, he stretches a lot too. Yeah, that's the other one that it's recommending for me. It's this one. I might use this one if it lets me. If there's like a. Oh yeah, I guess like when he's stretching through the door. Yeah, like that scene right there would be really good for this video, actually. I've been very Adventure Time brain. I've been thinking about what I want for my birthday, and I kind of want Adventure Time stuff. So that's what made me think about it. I feel like it will make his brain stretcher trying to figure out why I'm trans. That's why you do it on the last day. I think it's on my desktop. What? Said it downloaded. Did I not? Copy it. Fuck, I didn't do it right. I gotta work this guy like next season too. Damn. Well, we tried. Maybe someday. Maybe someday he'll come around. I got this contract because I made friends with a couple named at one power plant. That's fair. Yeah, I guess it's best not to stir stuff up. But it would be funny. Can't deny me that it wouldn't be funny. Let's see, I think. Like this. We're testing after the third outage and over brunch. I guess my bosses texted another coworker from 2 contractors to ask if he thought I'd be good for the job. Interesting. And then the guy I showed magic tricks to in the break room also worked the last day project at the previous plant as my lead. Oh, so it seems like it's a small community then. Finished the 3 character refs, just did sketches because no way I'm gonna be able to run them in less than a day for sure. I didn't sleep today. Good night, Kiwi. Yes, get some sleep if you haven't slept, please. Thank you. Sleep good. Sleep good. Good night. Good night. Good night. It's a lot of work, network heavy stuff. That, honestly, that's fair. That's fair. How about that? However, one area that we would love community feedback on is names. This one. Hello, Fayborn. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Is names. Then let's do a page flip, which is this one. How are you doing today? I hope you had good rest today. I think I forgot to change back. I'm good. Got the best of. What happened? What happened yesterday? What happened? Tell me. Oh, names. Oh, I went that too far. Oh, wait, no. Names. We work out hard at night. My mom says, "Party. Where's the drawing tablet? Let's go. We could draw each other if you'd like sometime. I can't share specific documents with you. Keep your secrets. Scene. That's a huge W. On God. Congrats. 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 Think they'll let me have this video? I hope it does. I actually kind of want to just stick with this that I was doing. 5 seconds. It's gonna be a funny if in a few years they're gonna like, does Happy look a little different to you? That would be very funny, to be fair. They'll be like, something's different about Happy. I'll be like, did they always look that way? Happy always looks this pretty? And then you're like, damn right I did. That should be your response, honestly. during our videos. Okay, wait, how does that look? Oh, that's a little rough. Okay. I'm learning to adopt the past few months, and I was looking at how much they cost so I could use Procreate. My mom and I share a Prime account for ease, so she saw the search result. Aww, that is so thoughtful. Yo, we could learn together. I'm trying to learn how to use Procreate too. You want to learn together? I'm a super baby at it. Thank you for the lurk. Oh my god, DaVinci is like fucking wigging out right now. It's making me annoyed because like I have ideas for this video. That's so sweet, mega sweet. That's how I got my drawing tablet, honestly. What are you waiting for? I'm not running from you. Alright, there we go. With you. During our video. Wait, not Procreate, Brain Fire. I've been using clips. Still, we can learn stuff together. That's okay. Art translates, you know? Art translates, in my opinion. You think of anything during our videos? Let's do this and then this. And then I kind of want to just do it fluently, I think. Yippee! Yeah, we can learn together. We'll learn together and it'll be cool. We can all learn together. That motivates me to do art after this. $32. 33, 34, and 35. And draw cursed memes now. Not well. Not, in my opinion, not that well. Okay, I don't really need crosses because I have built it. To position these. Okay, this does need a cross dissolve though. Cross dissolve. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Hi, Buster! An unhinged fan art that doesn't exist yet. Biggest motivation to get better at drawing so I can draw fan art that needs to exist. Oh, that's fair, Happy. Honestly, I just want to draw cute things. I just want to draw pretty things. If I'm honest, at the end of the day, do you know what art style I really want to have? If I could steal someone's art style prowess, I want to steal D's stuff. D makes such pretty art. Like, look at this. Look at that. Isn't this gorgeous? And then their emotes. Oh my god, their emotes are so cute. Like, look. So, we'll practice some today. I think my plan is to practice some today so that way I can feel a bit better about learning to draw. Cause like I really like their stuff. Like look at this. Very polished. Yeah, it's very nice. So we're gonna try. We're gonna try. I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna work on it. It's gonna take years, so please stick with me during that. Something that happened yesterday, I decided to change my rules for my stream. Oh no, what happened? You mentioned it a little bit, but I'm not 100% sure what happened. Okay, that text plus is having problems. Which is fine. I can grab a new text. Just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. So deeper, just to throw it away. Settings, no. 0.79. Okay, this is awfully weird. Sorry, I will look at chat in 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Rage baiting. Oh, that's fair. Hello, Manticore. So I'm gonna make a rule against it. Grind levels is a pain but necessary. I hope it feels worth it. Hi, Andrea. Yeah, that's totally valid. I get rage baited all the time, so I just kind of got used to it. But that is completely fair. If you do not like rage baiting, it's your space, it's your community. Make a rule, you know. Dave Grohl drumming. Woo! Woo! Okay, yeah, those are the only two. Guys, do you know what Lord of the Rings movie this is? Why is that so small? Hmm? What? Why is it so small? That's the first one, if I recall. The Fellowship of the Ring. Thank you. Fellowship of the Ring. Thank you. All right, then keep your secrets. Yeah, because at this point, I'm like, we can't share documents with you, but. And then what episode is this? This is Adventure Time Jake Super Stretch. Jake Super Stretch. Rage baiting is kind of annoying. Like, someone was rude, but I'm the weirdo falling for it. I don't think you're a weirdo for falling for it. I think it's just like... it's like banter, but to an extreme to an extent. And I think a lot of people don't know the difference because I think, in my opinion, banter... Once someone gets upset, you stop. Right? But then when rage baiting happened, rage baiting is like the past banter because they don't care that you're upset. They're gonna keep going. So yeah, that's a long time. You were very patient with that. I probably would have cried, to be honest. I'm kind of a pussy about that shit. I get upset. I get upset about rage baiting sometimes. If I'm confused, especially, that's when it hits hard. But yeah, you gotta draw the line. It's your community, your space. Do what you gotta do. Yeah, that's how I feel about it at the very least with like rage baiting is like rage baiting is the next step of like banter. Page flip. I don't know if I did any more page flips. Official Manticore, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Okay, that stays there. So please join our Discord today. And then I'll just have a video transition where it crosses all out. Okay. Rage baiting is like trolling, right? Yeah. Yeah, essentially. If you're too late in drawing, then it becomes yes, exactly. That's why that's like for me when I have that problem, it comes with NSFW topics. Like I think as you guys are aware, I'm not a very lewd person. I'm pretty PG, but I will talk about dicks and cock and pussy and stuff like that. And like, we'll simp, but like there's a time and a place, and here that's not 24/7, if that makes sense, We're gooners, but we goon in not here. So that's update in the rules because it's covered under don't be a dick, but being specific so they're well aware. Yeah. Whoa, hey, swears. Whoa, hey, motherfucker. My face tracking's lagging, making me sad. Pog. Why is it doing this? I was playing Cult of the Lamb with Twitch integrated, and they made a zombie. The zombie ate Vex, so I killed the zombie, but apparently I'm a bad guy for killing it. Fuck them. Fuck them. Just straight up fuck them. You should have banned them. I would have banned them. Watch your profanity. Yeah. Fair. Okay. There's only a handful of us. Oh, fuck, I can't. Scoot that. Like, you ate my girlfriend? Yeah. So it's understandable that you're upset. That's why, low key, that's why I can't play Cult of the Lamb, because I get sad when you guys get old and die. It makes me cry. I unironically get really, really sad. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Sorry. Is it so small? There you go. I think I have the right to kill you if chat makes you a zombie and you eat someone, you have to go. Yeah. I mean, it's not like... Thank you. It's not like they're not being constructive for this stream. So I get it. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. We need your help. There's a hand. In the Headwind Studio. Within Headwind Studios, there's only a handful of us. No. For my rage, I'm still just a cage. I'm writing down. Okay. Enshrined. Create captions. And then they were mad that I wasn't going to resurrect them before my girlfriend actually banned them. Did you ban them? Please tell me you banned them. What an asshole. I'm so lucky to have you, like, people like you and my chat the way they are, because you guys aren't assholes. Like, you guys can be dicks sometimes, but, like, not in that way. I was raging. That was just being a jerk. Or marketing gal. Me. Marketing gal. I need an angry emote. To go to the other computer to grab it really quick, though. Copy. Thing does not want to load. Cause like I don't know, like going with the topic that we're talking about. Like for example, Vexed will rage bait me sometimes, but like they're not gonna it will get me to rage, but if like I'm actually upset, they'll back off, you know? I don't know. I feel like rage bait, honestly, in the context that it's used today, honestly, I feel like it's just like banter versus like actually being like the next step of banter. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know. Oh, wait, I have to. I play D&D with them every week on Saturday. And I mod their stream, so honestly, it was most annoying, but they don't know me well enough to understand that I don't fuck with that shit. Oh, I see. So this isn't someone that like... yeah, then just put it in your rules. And honestly, I get that you might have to be like sociable with them. But like, if I'm honest, like, if they're being a dick, like, they have no rights in your chat, you know? Be respectful or get the fuck out, you know? Copy. Paste. Okay. Bailiff, whack! Mount, whack their pee-pee. I fully believe rage bait is stupid. Like, find it annoying for people to think that it's funny to make people mad. Yeah, yup. It's just, unfortunately, that's how it is on the internet. It's because, you know, they don't have to own up to it. They can just be like, aha, I was just joking. Except when Vex does it. Well, Vex doesn't do it in a mean-hearted way, you know? Also, let's see if this fixes my face tracking lag. I think it did. No, I'm not 100% sure, though. Yeah. That's what I wanted. Okay. I don't think I need anything else. We love Vex, we do. Cross dissolve. And then I have this of Saba. Oops. Except I put it in the wrong place. Yeah. $3D walks out. I'm gonna take a break before I work on the 3D walks out. I believe in you. I believe in you, Elaine. It's every conversation that she finds a way to annoy me. That's because you love him. That's how it goes. That's why that's literally how it is with me and Pixels and me and Body. It's just how it is. It's because you care about him. Loki, they look like, oh, that's Saba. That's Enshrined. That's Enshrine's oh, speaking of Saba, I have to do a thing for him today. That's our artist for Enshrined. So if I just got reminded that at one point... So I just got reminded that at one point I was running my PC without a case, and it was just on top. Whoa, Jesus! Whoa! Bottle open maybe instead. They're great. I love them very much. I have to help them with the marketing thing though. Okay. We need your help. Okay. I think this one's good. Browse. And render all. Wait for the song. Wizards of D&D in a small room be like, on God! Any magic user that can cast Fireball, really. Waiting for the video to render. Okie dokie, and then I can go to Enshrined, marketing, and then I'm just gonna go here and I'm just gonna upload this one. And then we're gonna save this, but we're just gonna go ahead and start working on the other one before I send the next one. I'm annoyed at my DM this one time because I saved up my spell slots and kept casting this wind spell because there was like enemies down like my paladin casting Sacred Flame. Fuck yeah. And I was like, alright, bet. I cast wind again. That's fun. And this one should be not too hard either because I just got to... Oh, I didn't make the cover yet. And sometimes his face told me to stop. That's fair. That's fair. Bye. Bye. This one. And it's called the Somnolan. Look, it's what my character would do. Yeah, it's fair. Listen, you did what you had to do. You did what you had to do. Was this how Conquer came? Oh, one of yeah, of course. So walk this way. Save. Everyone don't know my name. Tell us, what's their motivations? Yes, what are their motivations and desires? Never am. Good character motivation and quirks. Go here. I keep forgetting to add this. Dun, 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 dun. Apply all attributes. Okay, okay. OW7. BRB, no problem. We'll be here. So walk this way. And I'll play. Oh, everyone don't know my name. Yeah, I never am. On fire. Okay, delete track. Volume 5. Let's try to do it like this. Oh. Stuff for games, no problem. We'll be here. Have a good time. We're bringing it. We're bringing it. We're bringing it back. We're bringing it. We're bringing it. We're bringing it back. Bring it back. Dun 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 dun. Okay, I will have to probably cut it, but where does he start sketching the second one? Here? We should scoot this over to here. Crumping left. We see what crosses off here. Oop. Ooh. So he's a bit of a homebrew, but he's a paladin. He broke his oath, but his patron was generous and allowed a second oath to be placed upon him, the oath of the Jabber. This oath has removed his ability to be able to speak. Instead, it's gibberish, but he can barely understand any language. He speaks through a magical book and tries to. Ooh, very cool. That's very cool. And track. I might put this one here. I'm gonna put this one here. Just so that way we can scoot him. This is not the. I want this part. Okay. The final rendition of it. Okay. Where is the last stroke? And then over. Yeah. But where does this start? Right there. Okay. so I gotta cut it here. So let's put this here. Okay, this one I need to scoot it like there. And this one needs to zoom down out a little bit. So I can do it like that. Okie dokie. Eh. Okie dokie. And I want to see how our videos have been doing really quick. Oop, I deleted the wrong track. I want to delete this track. Okie dokie. Let me go do this one. Okie dokie. How did the TikTok videos do? Let's do last month. Second video, second video, second video, second video. That doesn't matter. Okay, so it looks like it's okay. This one it's harder for me to add stuff in because I just didn't have ideas for this one, but that's okay. Let me just remove all these empty spaces. Okay. It's still 30 seconds, which is good. Okie dokie. And now let's see how that sits. He's my baby boy at 11. That's how I feel about Biff, honestly. And then I'm gonna replace the background, clip operations replace, resources, and shrine footage. Let's do this one. There we go. And then we want to do this one. This one creates subtitles from audio. This one singular. And that will be good on that behalf. Just make sure I grab the name though of this guy. Above me calling him my baby boy. Yeah. Oh, his name is Aldrin, the Paladin. He's a high elf that was once a liaison for the Elven Kingdom when he signed a treaty that led to the extinction of a society. After he was given his second oath, he was stripped of his title and money. He became a criminal and he's a wee bit of a hoe. I probably should mention that he's a twink in a large suit of armor and he was always down to draw his sword, if you know what I mean. Oh my, that's fun. That's fun. How long have you been playing this character? Let me change this to this. And I gotta look at this. Oh, blood god, come close, come near. As I tell you of this week's entity, the sun. Being one of the few mandatory creatures, this thing comes alive when the sun rests, searching for its next meal. Mass group. The swamp shifting. Their colors. Okay. Why'd they strip him? I like the character design. Yeah. He was really using him, but now he's in a full campaign. Fair. Maybe they stripped him because he killed babies. He killed people. By accident. He can't speak. Is that why they stripped him? Shifting breeze. Oh. Everything he says is gibberish. They thought he went mad. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. Entity of the week text. Shrined. Great phrases. Mm. Did I click the right one? I did not. There you go. Blacked out blur, but I'm pretty sure it ruled last Friday night. Delete track, delete empty tracks. I feel like this one came in a little late. That's fine. He's not my only D&D character because I have another palette and she's his niece. Aw, they're related. That's cool. Wait, hold on. Has it always been like that? It has been. Okay. Just gonna. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I gotta check the other videos though. Her motive is finding her uncle's magic book. Interesting. Why does she want the magic book though? Can she not speak? Boop. And save, and then we're gonna go back to world building 7. Just to make sure that this is also not as high as I think it is. Oh, okay. GRFTGIFB now. Boop, boop. Stuff for today. A week. Oh my god. What? Oh. Oh, whoops. That's too cute. It has all of his thoughts in it, and he's an elf. That's a first-hand account of many centuries. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, fucking 3,000 views? What the fuck? That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know how we got there, but we got there. I guess it's about cats, honestly. Diggity dogs. Timber. Round and round, and the night is going down. Down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Good night. Remember, you won't forget. I can't type TikTok users. Okie dokie. There's a bird is playing. Okay, cool. Let's go to this one. Round and round, and the night is going down. The night is going down. Doot. 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 Down, I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Forget. Edit by network. Edit by work. You'll remember you might want. And then I wish I could make that shorter because it's like really long. Okay. Boop. Add the playlist, 5 and shine tags. Copy, paste. Entertainment. Schedule. That's fine. I'll delete them all when I'm done. We can go backwards. This one. 93. YubTub. YubTub is kind of dead on Fridays. I just want to party with you. 91, 92, 91, 90. Add video. This guy. Upload a video thumbnail. This guy. Accept. I'm curious about this. Save. Try that with all the videos. Hello, hi, Still Doom Punk. How's it going? Sorry for we're a bit quiet right now. I'm currently uploading my videos for the week. Let's see. Oh, I didn't know what hashtags to give this. Okay, looks like I have to wait a little bit. Doing good, just playing with my butterfly knife. How is it? Is it pretty? Is it a pretty knife? This goes in roll for fun. Category is gaming. Thank you for the song request. this is taking a while. Okay. Why is this taking so long? I know like a handful of tricks, but they're super fun. I'm afraid I'd hurt myself, honestly. That's why I don't do cool stuff. I also want to see. Can you describe it to us at the very least, if you cannot show us? This is taking so long. Hashtag Hori Pilot. I stopped flipping. I got tired of constantly having. It's 6. Sorry, Star. It's 6. That's why I stopped flipping. I got tired of constantly having little nicks on my fingers. Fair. I have a couple of trainers now instead. What is the difference? What a lucky lad. Why is it taking so long? Let's refresh it. Trainer not sharp. Oh, gotcha. 100 years of luck for pixels. Yippee! And I gotta wait a little bit. Hashtag horror pilot. Hori Pilant. I don't know what that is. Pip, Eldrin's niece, is adorable though. Her number 1 prayer is protecting those who need it. She's 35. Adrian is 2. Oh, that's very cute. Has a rainbow trainer blade. The handle has red skulls and glow. Dude, that's fucking sick. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Indie games, indie game, game dev, indie gaming. Copy. Actually, I forgot to do the thing. Doop, doop, doop. Boop, copy. Paste. Indie. Oh my god, I can't type. Think they the Blade of Doom. Understandable. She's about to go because she like wants to be like, oh, that's cute. That's very cute. No, this one's already good, sis. Okay. It's fine. Close, upload. Now we'll do Thursdays. Or I guess we'll do Wednesdays. I guess we're already here. So. This is going to be. Oh yeah, okay. It's upsetty. We'll get. It's fine. Go back in here. And then we did this one. We did this one. One day I'll do art of them together because of their door. I believe it'll be such a cute piece. And we're doing that one currently. Okay. What about YubTub? YubTub's kind of got nothing. I think the previous good day will be here at 1 p.m. At 3 p.m. Okay. So Wednesday TikTok time, 99.99. It will be right here. So we will upload the video for Did You Know? This one, we will edit the thumbnail. this way, accept. And then, did you know the topic? Honey never expires. And then we'll go here. Boop. There you go. I like this setting. And then we gotta grab these guys. And then this one will go down here. Interesting. What about best? And at least better than that one, I guess. Okay. So this one will go entertainment. This will go into Did You Know? Then this will get this treatment. And this will get this treatment. Stay curious and learn something new about songs of the network. Fun fact, the song was originally going to appear on the band's 1973 album Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, but it didn't fit the album's runtime. With the original Black Sabbath lineup performed in 1995, Ozzy brought the song up and wanted it on the reunion. That makes sense. I didn't edit it by network. I forgot to. Edit by network schedule too. Okay. Makes sense. I always feel bad for artists that, like, when they make music, they can't always put all their songs when they want their songs to, like, kind of come out. Because, like, industry choices and industry being like, oh, well, this timing would be better, this timing would be better, so on and so forth. Alright, Thursday, cancel, yes. 87, 88, 84, this one, this one, add a video. I can feel stuff lagging a little bit. Ooh, actually, I should check that. I wonder. Task manager, yes. Details. Okay, that should fix it. It's so sad because the industry peeps corps just don't know what people want most of the time. Like, Capo Dino was sold off because Sony literally thought it was gonna flop. On God! On God. Ozzy re-recorded his original vocal track and changed the lyrics. He had to change them to be about the son of the original band's manager sending death threats. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Well, and this chat is why we respect artists. I remember that everybody has it tough. I gotta look up Gentle GF. Holy wow, on God. I have to look up this person. That's fine, that's fine. It's about this platform. Okie dokie, I feel like Gentle GF. like this. Eyes closed, let the world go pass me by. What's the matter? What's happening? What's going on, Vexed? I didn't leave myself enough time for this. What is happening? What did you do? What did you do? He called him a loony who deserves to be put in a bloody mess and get electric. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. That's not the best. Okay, there we go. Big homework, little time panic. You got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. You got this. Don't talk to us. Do the homework. You got this. You got this. I believe in you. You got this. It's gonna be rough and it's gonna suck ass, but you got this. I believe. Actually, this one's fine. It says, "You a professor?" I think they got this. And a bad network. But if you need, yes, if you need more time, definitely talk to them. Speed running it. I believe in you. Stop typing in chat. I will time you out if you keep typing in chat. Basis Geezer Butler came up with the name Psycho Man. Cool. Okay, yeah. No more typing. I believe in you. What the fuck is her? Gentle GF ASMR. I thought that's what it was. GF ASMR. Is that not her ad? Okay, well, I don't know why it's being like this. Because it's... Yeah, okay, that one worked. Okay. I'm back. I was making spaghetti and telling my mom about my art lessons today. Yippee! How was it? Ooh, maybe we should have streams where we learn stuff that way. Highlights. Big homework, little time. Yeah, I believe him too. The next thing I want Vex to say is, I did it. I got it done. So, hopefully that will be the case. Okie dokie. Do these at 10 a.m. because I like 10 a.m. a lot. And then best TikTok time. 93, 94. Right there. Okay. And she got work to do, I believe. I just gotta be damned because I want it all. Ew, I did not like the way that I sounded when I said that. Only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Sleep, it's only a cab. And he's taking a drag. Bed, and my stomach is sick. It's on my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. Because if it's a dual 11:59, it's an hour and a half. Oh, I think it's a good amount of time. I got a little stubby. Oh, look at the fridge. Look at the fridge. Whoa. I want one. I want one. I want to do cool tricks. Our lesson streams will be fun. My friend is teaching me and apparently I'm making good progress. Fuck yeah. I will look some up after I get done with uploading stuff. I will look some stuff up on what would be the best for that, because honestly, I'd really like to, and honestly, I learned better in a classroom setting, so I will look it up. I didn't fuck that video up, did I? Okay, I'll find out in a second. 75. But out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. Oh, he's falling asleep, and he's calling a cab, and he's calling to smoke. I'm gonna drag, I'm going to bed, and my stomach is sick. Still loading. Now let me go. I just can't look, it's killing me and taking control. Jealousy turning saints into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes. I miss the bright side. Hi, Nox. Our class at the end of the day, everyone shows what they do. That'd be awesome. I know Choco used to do that, like a monthly, like they'd have a prompt, and then it doesn't matter your skill level, as long as you do it, you get a little thing. How ya doing, champ? How was work today? If you work today, it's taking forever. It was fine. Work, what? Did you have work today, Star? I didn't know that. Look at that. 6 out of 8. Fuck yeah. It was fine. Or was it just fine? Something happened. Was it boring? I don't know what's going on with this tab. You had work and school today? Well, I'm glad it was slow. Beats having it be super busy, right? So send some of my art in the Discord server, but Discord wants to act up. Oh no, I'm sorry. Whenever it decides to not act up, feel free to send those bitches over. I wanna see. Is there any advice? I should think twice. I'm addicted, it's a crisis. I'm gone crazy. Getting kind of hazy. True, but also DM busy. But I'm busy. But I also don't mind busy days either. It keeps things going. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, sometimes just sitting around can be pretty, makes you like antsy, right? Makes you antsy. You love. Wait, it has. Gotta play some games. My only conundrum right now is that this fucking thing is being slow. I don't want it to be slow. Don't care what people say. The shit's worth the price I pay. I get so high when you're with me. Okay, you know what? Elaine Thinky, good. Okay. Edit by network. This one, add. This guy. These guys. This guy. This guy. This guy. This guy. This guy. This guy. And then we take this and remove it. We do add. Chula. That one. Edit by network, same thing. This one. There we go. And now we're all good there and there. Oh, I don't know. I didn't look that one up. I also didn't look that up for. Oh. Oops. Also shows. TikTok. Because I doubt I'll change it that much. So that's why I'm here to, baby. Dun, dun. Edit content. Okay. Mm, mm, Oh, Jesus Christ. Choose her. Mm, Okay. 1 second. I will look at chat in 2 seconds. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep what I got because my brain tells me I shouldn't trust it, so I won't. Oh, I guess. Purple. Live 2D. Okay. Banger. Hello, Swallow. There's a doodle in the Discord of my D&D character. Okay, give me 10 seconds to finish this, and then I will look. I fucked it up already. Okay, cool. It's fine. It's an easy fix. Cancel. Gentle GF ASMR TikTok. Alrighty, let me look at it. Aww, cute. I tell you the Heart Simple Plan fact. You did. You did. We already made a video on it. Cause if you actually cared, you would know that I did the video on it, and you would have watched the video, and you would have liked the video. Wink. Wink. It's everything for this. You never told me actually. Actually, you were probably here when I was writing the script. That video came out on God. When did that video come out? I think it was like almost a month ago at this point. This is the wrong account. February 29th. Came out on the 18th of last month. I don't watch YouTube very often. Bro, it's on TikTok and YouTube. Tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk. Did this post on TikTok? Hold on. Don't have TikTok. Shake's head. Music trap job. Biome inspiration. What was this one? Okay, cool. That one did post. Hi, Mew. How are you? How are you feeling? Okay, look like that one did work after the fact. So we'll start at the 9 a.m. I have a headache, but okay. I'm sorry you have a headache. I need to add a plugin. vidIQ. I just found the vid, BRB. Okie dokie. Have you eaten yet, Miyu? Or have you had a snack since? I feel like it's been a while since dinner, so. Okay, thank you. I don't need you to do this. I just kind of. Okay. Okay, nope, leave me alone, please. Your seed can't make flowers blooms is crazy. It's a good ad. It's a good ad. It's a good outro, you know? I know you're probably. I was cackling. I'll tell you what, I was cackling. Like a little gremlin. What the fuck? Is this the one that had the problem? Okay, I don't know what that's about. Okay. I'm so back. Welcome back. We've missed you. Biome inspiration. What's the one after biome inspiration? Biome inspiration and then biome inspiration was posted before post. It's the gods one. Scriptures of enshrined. Upload video. It's this one. Okay. Well, that works. It's magic. I'm going to upload the video here. Okay. This one. Upload a thumbnail. Accept. This was on the other sites too. That's still loading. They say that vicious pack hunters like Parat. These guys are kind of like piranhas. I don't know why our artist first, but and yet I can't look away. This is bird pack scary speed paint, except I can't spell speed paint. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. The other thing, do it yet? Oop. Breaking Gods. And then go back to grab the title. Go back here, go here, go. Nope, the title. And then we're gonna go grab this guy. Nope, I am just in all the wrong tabs right now. Feel like I can. Oh, wait. Ow, ow, ow. Hi, Chippy. How are you today? Keyword in the first keyword. You can communicate. Ah! Elusive. You already have the one to go? Goddamn. Which ones don't you have, Noxia? My V2 vitamins is lagging. I don't know why. Oh, now it's just not getting any data. What? Two left. I do exclamation point BB set 6.
Hey, Mom, the turtle bit me.
What do you mean the turtle bit you? How did the turtle bite you? Why did the turtle bite you? It's not the right one, right? Yeah. Pay me no money. Why is my thing broken? Oh. It's okay now. Kind of annoying. What are keywords? Keywords Warhammer. Dragon gods or Warhammer gods? I don't understand the ranking of this. Thank you for this save check. It's already saved. What the fuck is up with my face tracking right now? People say I'm bonkers. Story. I guess story. Put them all down south. What are other keywords? Hello, Sonic Man. What's going on? How's it going? What are other keywords? I'm trying to TTRP world building. Exactly what we experiment with of the story and world building. I don't know what keywords are. Thank you for the work. Have fun. What keywords do I want? No keywords the first 200 characters of your description. What the? Yes, there is. Hold on. I just S-ranked the first house of Shadow Generations. Nice. Did you have fun? So, 40K and I really need a vidIQ alternative. I want to test something. We talked about one in the council, actually. Did you know if you counted the number of chirps of a cricket makes in 50 seconds and add 40, that's about the temperature in Fahrenheit? Damn, really? Since it was on my Wi-Fi, it was my Wi-Fi, not Disney Wi-Fi. Oh, yeah. I'm looking. Wait, where is it? If you post art, you gotta put in the fridge, by the way. I need to check my email today. It's in the fridge. Why am I not? Oh, it's because I have the fridge open on my other computer. Hee hee. Oh, these are so cool. These are better than what I could do. On God. Oh my God. Look at you. Oh, look at that drawing tablet. Oh, I like good practice, good line practice. Good job. I love the wings on this, by the way. It's very pretty. Very pretty wings. I just read it somewhere. I haven't tested it. Yeah, that's fair. I believe you though. Social Blade, 2 buddies on one management, 2 buddy. The closest computer offering some. This is for keyword research technical. For SEO management. Buddy. She a B Eldritch God who play on the idea. Oh, that's very cool. I like it. This was 3 weeks ago. Was there any consensus on it? I need to find virality. I can't read that the rest of this must just give everybody just like this going on. I was hoping for the animations like testing on I guess it didn't help. Oh, good night. I'm ready for the bongus. Already. Ow. Best SEO optimization tools. Good night, Shopee. Sleep well. Keyword volume, keyword planner, research keywords. Okay, we start now. I'm very curious. Okay, let me do it on my account. Baddest, the baddest. All right, let's see how this works. Except that's too many O's. I only started filming because I'm still nervous about sharing my art. Hey, that is okay. YouTube. View your channel. This one. This one. Next. What's my Twitch one? I have a Twitch about me thing. I don't remember what it is though. Okie dokie. Gaming, Smash games, tuber, video games, art, co-working. Enjoys video games. I think that's kind of it. What is this? Main account. Next. I don't like this. Elaine doesn't know how to feel about this. Okay, so if I did like Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons. Hashtags. Tattoo idea, favorite ingredient, done like a potato. Oh, that would be cool. I wonder what mine would be. I don't know if I have a favorite ingredient. Free. No. Guess. Bruh. Garlic is top tier. BRB, no problem. Alright. Let's try this one. I wonder. I guess metrical kind of has it, doesn't it? Related keywords. This one's not bad. Hold on, let me try something. And hashtags. I'm trying to analyze and D&D related keywords that attracts with D&D. More paranoid. I guess technically that helps. Key or hash. There was a thing that I used and I forgot what it was. I think it was this one. Short video. Okay, let's. Oh, okay. This is actually not bad. It's actually not bad. I'm looking at it. Okay. And then edit by network, edit by network. I'm gonna do the first 3. So I think that would be better for those sites. And then for these ones, they can stay and then we can schedule the 4. Okay. And then let's cancel. Delete. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I didn't mean to burp. Okay. I'm going to close this, close all. And now I'm curious. Let me do this first though. TikTok. This one. I'm curious if I go back to the other videos that I have. And I go to next week's. And let's do like this. Let's do like this one. This is actually not that bad. I'm gonna be honest, I think. How's it looking though? Oh. Wait, so this one cancel, accept. This one would be good for this one. Oh. Boop. And then same thing. That's not too bad. It's actually very interesting. I'll try it with this tool for these videos then. Actually, for this one, I actually only went with like 4. Is this actually a hashtag though? Actually, it's not bad. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, this one. It's not bad. Because you feel what don't you? I think I found an alternative. Which, if this works the way I hope it does, that's kind of awesome. Schedule post. What does it mean to have multiple schedule lines? I don't think I need all that. I think it's just this. Caption generator. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Oops. Oh, wait, no, it was the right thing. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Hmm. Okay, hold on. Hmm. 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 Thank you for the wellness check. Hi, Norman. How are you? All right, we're gonna put this in dashboards. No, I'm not. Video editing resources save. Okay. What's your matter? Why dead? Why are you dead, my friend? Schedule. Okay, I'm just gonna do that for that one. This one, I have to still do the other video for this one. Right, for Thursday? Yes. Let's do the week. This one. Upload a video. This one. Accept. Oh, this is the wrong one. Oh no. Add video. Boop. It's number 5. I am in misery. It's a good ecosystem. Yeah, okay, so we do the Hadal crawler. I just gotta keep my stuff and promise myself. No problemo, my friend. I can just be here to make you think of other goofy, silly goober things. Like, if we were talking about it earlier, what ingredient would you have that is as a tattoo? What ingredient would you have as a tattoo that you use in food? These guys are kind of like piranhas, but they are more bird-like. This is not. This is the wrong one. Oh well. I probably might like fighting this. The hate this. Spooky monstrosity. That made no sense. Okay. What is your favorite ingredient to cook? And what... Sorry, hold on. Sorry, hold on. Sorry. What is your favorite ingredient to cook with if you cook? Or that you like to eat? And would you get it tattooed? There you go. Sorry. I hope that made sense. this one. DND 5 event. I think I want these ones. I don't know. I know, and even if I did know. Okay, that's fair. Are you not the type for tattoos? There's an error. Please try again. Schedule 4. Okay. Cause like I sort of want a tattoo, but I'm kind of a pussy, and like I don't have a good pain tolerance. Eve. Sweet pie, wanna be adored. I'm the one you cry for. Then I'll split you out. 98, 100. Assume that's the same. That's a 9, and that's a 9. Cool. And these should also be a 9. Cool. Alrighty, and then we can go back here, and these are all posted. Or ready to be posted. I do have some, but I'm not getting anything of an ingredient. That's fair. Listen, we were talking about, like, for example, like garlic, right? And having that be like a botanical thing. It's definitely one of those things, like, when you gotta be okay with having it for the rest of your life. Gotta do the drooping too. The drooping, that's very fair. I remember seeing this TikTok of this old guy that got a tattoo. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. He was old, and he was like, I'm old. I don't need no numbing cream. I'm old. My nerves are shot. I'm old. Give me the tattoo. It's very sweet, though. It is 8. I think I'm going to draw. Wait, can I have a chocolate, please? No. Thank you. Alrighty. I have 60% dark chocolate. Watch Medea, and someone showed a tattoo on it. Betty Boop done drooped. Oh my goodness. I need to watch Medea. I feel like that's such a good movie, like series of movies that I just haven't watched. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Would you get it in like a minimalist style, or would you get it like heavy detailed, or like a medieval style one even? I'm trying to think of something, and I think I've forgotten. I really wish the person that made this was like, hey, yo, was like, hey, sorry, more, actually updated that program, sorry. Heavy detail, mix it in with others just as gory, and someone doing a Kurt Cobain POV. Fair. Fair. That'd be sick, though. Alrighty. Do some art. Do some drawing. Alrighty. Flip this guy. I gotta flip the orientation of this really quick. And then I'm gonna make sure that it's on. It is on. And then we're gonna do... Do you guys want a stim video while I do this? I don't know if you guys want like a stim video. I put up like a stim video. I feel like stim videos are good when you're like doing art and stuff. Is my iPad not rotating? California, rest in peace. Why is it not? I don't understand. The thing I don't understand is why iPads don't want to rotate. It's my one gripe. It is my one gripe. Boop. There we go. There you go. Alright, what STEM video do you guys want? Do you want Minecraft gameplay? I think we should look up Minecraft gameplay. Minecraft gameplay. There you go. Oh, it needs to be a little bit wider. Heater mode. Wait. Okay, there. Rest in peace. Would this make more sense? I don't know if this would make more sense. Cause like I get that I feel like we're losing the immersion a little bit. But maybe this is better. Okay. Rest in peace. I'll take the years from these. I like that emote a lot. Immersion in an emo, huh? That's how on God, that's like the best emote. I like it when you use that emote a lot. I gotta make these smaller. Smaller so I can see all my references. I don't know if this one's as important. Same with like this one. This one's like separate, I think. I don't know if I need that one either, but I will have it regardless. This one's pretty important. I think the vibe of these are important, so I will keep them. The fuck? What do you mean? Should be the same. Now that the same. Okay, cool. How can I have emote immersion? I more meant immersion with, like, that's how I feel, but also, like, immersion with, like, my VTuber drawing is more what I meant. I also need one more other thing. I need you by my side. Alone with you. I'm gonna do this one instead of this one. Maybe I will make this a little bit wider. Okay. What? Don't worry about it. Don't worry your sweet little head about it. It's okay. Do not worry. I just be goober and English is very hard for me. Even though it is my first language. Could you believe it? Okay. I'm gonna start with like looking at like, no, I think I'll just keep zoomed out like this. Okay. Alrighty. We don't talk about it. Stolen paradise. This is the wrong one. Delete. Bring this down. Oops. Not me deleting the wrong layers. Okay. Go here. Oops. Elaine has idea. Elaine doesn't know if she wants to do idea. Elaine will do idea. Okay. Actually, I don't need to do idea because I can just do it this way. Duplicate. Snapping magnetic. It's fine. Delete. Night long. Hello, Moon. How was your day? Welcome on in. Dance like this before we don't talk about it. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I missed you. Do, 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 do. All right, there we go. I do want to go here though and clean this up just a little bit. There we go. Same with the other hand. This morning I was tricked. Tricked. Oh no, what happened? I was feeling better. Now I'm feeling significantly worse. Did you go to work? That could have been why. If you went to work, that might be why. My stuff is being a bitch. Alrighty. Oh, you know what I haven't done yet? I haven't done eyebrows. Boop. 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 Maybe those were too long. There you go. Maybe not. At least my nose is fine and not running, but guess no! No! Has the time come for your nose? Alright, rest in peace to your breathing. Pour one out for the homie. I'm sorry that this has happened to you. My ear hurts. Stolen paradise. They don't talk about it. December. How can we go back to being friends? Oops. Redo. You've never met. Remember? I think I realized something. Back to be a friend. We just shared a bed. Thank you for the wellness check. I got a fever of 101.6, but at least I can use the photo to skip work now. Oh, I'm so sorry that you're not feeling good. I hope it goes away sooner than you realize. I just say I managed to sneak mousey. Oh, okay, yippee. Good job. Now yes, now please finish your homework. Good luck. Yes, good luck. I really want to finish this emo just so I can understand like how it looks. I wonder, can I mess with this pen setting? Mousey? I think Iron Mouse. Shed bed. There's opacity, float, bleed, tilt, opacity, barrel roll, size, jitter, jitter, size, opacity, speed. How do I edit this? Rotation, scatter, count. Yeah, I don't want it. Thanks for your lurk. Wait a minute, I showed my classmate and teacher. What do they think? Did they like me? Do they like me? The teacher was surprised you were 3D modeling in the background. Why? What do you mean? Why? Is that a good thing? Do they like me? Star. Yeah, they laughed at the shrimp clip. Okay. At least they were having a good time with it. Had me worried there for a second. Paste. How do I edit this? Chat, how's everything? Good. Yeah, it's a good thing. Okay, thank God. Listen, I already have enough of a hard time believing if you guys like me. Sometimes, you know. But everything's good. I'm glad to know that your teacher likes me, though. I think it's fine. You know what? I think it's fine. It's not that big of a deal to duplicate and then merge down things. Duplicate, merge down. Then one more with duplicate, merge down. Can you? So one of my 3D model class, he was really interested in VTubers because he apparently never seen them. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Tell him, like, hit me up. Like, not, you know. But, like, get in contact with me if he wants to know more. Like, I could literally yap about it all day long. And I'd love to know what he thinks of it. Edit. Can I not, like, export this? How do I want to edit this. I want to make this solid. How do I go about doing that? I don't know. Okay. Opacity max, flow, split, bleed. I think that's just how the pen is. Why is there MC gameplay? So you don't get bored. So you don't get bored. It doesn't work the way I think it does. What about the color pencil ones? Do I have color pencil ones? Pencils. Penlion? No. So I make smaller. No. I just want the one that I have. Let me look up Procreate brushes. That is dangerous. Yeah. It's up on the side in his job. I haven't told him how much one costs yet, but he'd be interested in making one once he finds out. Oh, yeah. Send them to me. Please. Do it. I want to know. I wanna convert a man. My hair hurts. I drink water. Did I drink water? I think I did. That's what the pay is for, especially for specialized training and safety. Fair. What about this one? I like this one. Do I not have this one? There's not a free version? Free brushes. Oh, no, stop. I just want to try one brush. If one of my teachers legit joined on the VTuber and became one, listen. Yes. Please. I want to be friends. I want to be friends with your teacher. Let me be friends with your teacher, please. I want to be friends with your teacher. Please. The safest jobs. Really? Really? What? You're in the Defton cover? I have not. I have not. I have to go here. Let me download it. That's not what I wanted to do. Sorry for whispering. I really want this thing. I'm being flashbanged. Now you are too. Breaking Bad VTuber. Fuck yeah. Alright, what is this like? Crunchy Sketcher, Smooth Sketcher, Basic Ink, Canvas Ink, Spotty Ink, Calligraphy Ink. What about this one? That's kind of what I'm looking for. A little bit smaller though. It's kind of crunchy. Does it say crunchy? It says Basic Ink. High key, kind of crunchy though. Gib. Smooth Sketcher. Why so crunchy? Why is it so crunchy? Why is it so crunchy? I don't like that it's so crunchy. Huh? Alright, I got the fish today, but I'm so out of it. I haven't opened it. That's okay! Fish team. Yeah, they should be coming. The longer it is, the sooner it'll probably be for them to get there, so. What is this? Wow. This does not help me at all. I have to have a preview of them. I like this one's kind of cool. Why? Because I got fish before I got my paycheck. It's been like 4. What do you mean? You need to get paid. Pookie, you need to get paid, please. Please. Wait, which one do I like more? Wait, these are both so cute. Wait, these are both perfect. Wait. Get off. They're super solid. What's FWS? I think this one's more solid. It's haunting me and I feel so like a ghost. 3. I don't know if I like this one as much as the second one. Eyes are gone. I like this one more. Pretending. Federal work study. It's where you do a job for, like, your college that you work for. No, the government pays you to essentially work at the college. That's fair. I did some of that when I was in college as well. Free. What's this one? Hi, Moira. Yes, baby. I said hello. Hi. What's the matter? Hi. What's the matter, baby? Oh, meanwhile, I just look at brushes because I want a specific brush to Do I like this one? I don't really like this one. This is a little too. I don't like this one either. I like these are all kind of similar. Be a gravity, you'll be my oxygen. To the it can be on camera or off camera with a third party business. It's good for securing internships. 8B. 2B? HB? 2B. 2B. 2HB? I don't have the things close to me. Fuck, we aren't allowed to use AI in this class, but I need to use it to illustrate my point. You got this. I believe in you. Don't. Motorcycles, fuck. Motorcycle. Okay, 2B pencil Procreate. Where's pencil backed by Kofi? Wait, what? Kind of like the Kofi pen. Okay, this one. Ooh, these are nice. I think because I'm far from pro AI. That's fair. Yeah, I know. I think that makes sense. I do not like this one. You got this. Just go. You got this. Just do it. Oh wait, did I close the page? What are you doing, Moira? Worst one is worse. Living or dying first. Inside a hush. Is this one free? Ah, this is not free. That's okay. I think it's okay. Idea says, does this image look off to you? Well, Gen Z agrees in reference. Yeah. No, I think that's fine. That makes sense. Because you're technically not using AI to do your project. You are proving a point with AI. It's I think what I would classify that as. You know? Talk to you in like 20 minutes. Do until I have no time. Yep, talk to you in 20 minutes. Duplicate off. Flatten. Actually, just delete the eyes. So the eyes are the part that I'm not going to be redrawing. So let me try these new brushes. This brush is too big. Kind of like this one. Yeah, I like this. Look at that. Ooh, that one's good. Not that one. Oops. It's a little bit like a lot. It has a lot of texture I don't really like. This one's not bad either. It's kind of a lot too, though, honestly. Screen tone. Simple pencil. Sketchy or something. I'm not mad at this one. I like this one. I love this one. I don't like how transparent this one is. And then paintbrushes. Okay. Yeah. Like this size. And then I'm just gonna give it a little bit of stabilization. Because Elaine is a shaky bitch. Alright. That's not how I do that. Wait, what do you mean it's not fully opaque? No, what do you mean? I guess it is a marker liner, huh? I think that's better. What's happening? Happy, I don't know where you found that, but I really like that image. I wish there wasn't. Okay, one more thing. Size max. Taper. Size pressure max. Tip won't touch taper. I think it's an Apple Pencil size. No. Maximum brush size. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. That's me for real. For real? Is that you right now? Are you eating food? What does this do? I don't think that does anything. Hold on. I don't think that's how that works. No, I'm hungry. You hungry? How hungry are you? Could you eat a horse? Could you eat a horse? Okay, maybe I think I dialed that down a little bit too much. Hmm. Okie dokie, happy. Let's do that. No, that's not what it was. Okay, what about that? Yeah, there we go. Oh, you know what? I see the difference. My dying wish is to go to the gathering of the Juggalos. What the fuck is that? You're just gonna hit me with that out of the blue, no context? I think that is very coincidental with the song that's playing. Bet you didn't know. I won't play Clegg, oh man. Leave dripping. I'm afraid to say that word because I feel like I'm gonna say it bad. I'm gonna get in trouble and then I'll get banned on the internet. Better be safe than sorry because Elaine is illiterate. Choking chicks inside of me. Pornography. There you go. So the other is an event by the fair. They still host those? Every year? Fuck yeah. Is it expensive to go or anything? Or is it just like you just haven't been able to go to one yet? These are much more drastic than I draw them, and I don't know why that I always forget that. Your TV. And Detroit, Michigan. Okay, yep, that's what I thought. Line too long. Inside of me. Okay, maybe a little bit more stabilization because my hand sucks. The only bad thing about Trey is Kid Rock. I gotta go because of Kid Rock, though. Bleh, ew, exactly. But you don't gotta, like, associate one with the other, you know? God damn it. Shut the fuck up! Made it as a wise man. Cut it as a poor man stealing. Like a blind man. You know, that's like saying Washington sucks because it has you know who. You know? Yeah, that makes sense. Children don't really see that kind of bigotry, you know? They shouldn't. Because they don't understand it. Sorry, was on a different story. So I'm mistaken. Really like this brush. This brush makes me happy. Every bottle. Scream all yeah. Okay, my ears have this thing that I always forget to draw. Oh, fuck. Elaine kind of wants to put a grippy on her pencil. It gets a little bit much, hey? On God! Oh, that's okay. You didn't know better. Exactly. Taste can change. Mm-hmm. a grippy. Look at this photograph. Every time I see it makes me laugh. I found I was cleaning my office today, and oh no. No, is it welded onto it? No. I found a pencil. You know those things? This part of it's hard. You know, like those pencil grippies? I found one today. But it's fucking bound to the mechanical pencil. The fucking squishy's bound to the mechanical pencil, and I can't have it. I forgot what they're called. They're the things that, like, they're like squishy and they go on like pencils and stuff, and they help you so you don't like hurt your hand when you write. I was gonna put one of those on my Apple Pencil, cause I draw like super like, I don't know what to call it, but I put a lot of pressure on my pen for some reason. I've noticed. Grips, yeah, grippy. It was fucking pencil grippies. Oh, good night, moon. Sleep well. It was, oh fuck. It was like this. It was like this. It was literally like one of these, but it was like twisty. And I was like so excited because I found it. Also, mwah, mwah. Tuck, 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 tuck. Good night. Good night. But it's fucking welded to the pencil. It's welded to the pencil. Part of it's hard because it welded to the goddamn pencil. So, that's awesome. I wonder if there's Apple. Pencil grip is what they used to call me. God damn it. Why? Why? Why do you have me read these things, Happy? Why? You infect me. I say these things on the weekends when I'm not around stream. God damn it. I like when it's dark out. October won't cure me. Walking these words now. 31:30. God damn it. I think I have to flip it. Yeah. I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. Done. Very good job. I'm very proud of you. Hopefully you don't feel like too much poop after that. All the time. Looks so easy leaving it behind. Things in my... I'm glad you thought it was funny, and it immediately lost all its funny after I read what I typed. That's fair. It's often like an in the moment thing, you know. In the moment, you'll think it's very funny until you get that post nut clarity, and then you're like, "Why did I say that?" That's me. 90% of the time, that's me when I think something is funny. Like if I think about it for more than 2 seconds, it immediately becomes unfunny. But congratulations, Vexed. I hope that you're relieved that it's over. On my mind. I do have to write out a script still, but I'm doing that in the morning. That's fair. I mean, that one you have more time to do, it sounds like, so fair game. Very proud of you for getting it done, though. How do I suck at this? I've drawn my horns like 1,000 times, and yet, for some reason, I kind of don't like them. The one thing in academia that I'm great at. I'm good in presentation. Oh yeah. On God, that's how I feel. Like, there was this time when I was in college and we had this it was like a class where you had to make games essentially. And it was about oh shit, I put that on the wrong layer. That's fine. Copy paste. It was about doing Dungeons and Dragons stuff. And holy shit. Because that entire year I was like there wasn't ever like in that class there just wasn't enough people oftentimes. So oftentimes I would just do presentations by myself because I'm like, yeah, sure, it's fine, whatever, I don't really care. But because of that, when the final came around of making a Dungeons and Dragons one shot, I was the popular kid. Elaine was the popular kid. I've told you that too, but that doesn't help calculate. That depends. That depends. What if you're a lawyer? I feel like that kind of helps if you're a lawyer. Lane can lock in. Can I? I don't know. I don't know about that one, Happy. Duplicate. I have a really good cadence. I'm very good with being loud without yelling. I can project my voice so loud. Very nice, very nice. To slow down. Alright, now I gotta remember this guy. Duplicate, march down. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna do the eyebrows last. Thank you for everybody on this group. It was like doing it by myself, only harder. Yeah. That's a good skill. It is a good skill. Being able to project your voice is a good skill. Go to the original reference for the mouth. There we go. There we go. And we'll clean it up. And that one's fine. Okay, I do have it be the same color as the skin. There we go. And then this will go underneath here. This one will go on top of here. Group. And this is the right color. Maybe the head pad. I have work to do. Talk to you later. Bye! Love you, Happy. Oops. Oops. I keep deleting things instead of just duplicating them. I can just erase this side. just erase them. There we go. Take a quick shower. Have a good shower. Vexed. It is this color. Actually, let's take this color. Eep. Okay, and then I'm also gonna do like here. And then I'm gonna... Elaine's dying on the inside. Boop, boop. And then I need this guy. I'm gonna put this underneath. Mask. Fill layer. Oops. Merge down. Okie dokie. I don't know how I want to do this sleeve though. I tend to not do this sleeve because it kind of just doesn't make sense. Let me look at how it looks on the other emotes that I have. I wonder, did D make a sip emote? I don't think they did. Did I also do that? I did. I'm gonna probably steal that one, to be honest. That's how my outfit works, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Duplicate. Click mask. Boop, 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 this guy. Fill layer. Merge down. Erase all the excess. Merge down, duplicate. I kind of don't like that, I think. Just look at my other ones real quick. I just make it a sleeve, yeah. How's my working buddy do? I'm doing good. I'm making emotes right now, and Loki driving me a little nuts. Cause I don't feel like what I'm doing is not the way I should be doing it. It's confusing me a little bit. But I hope you're doing well. Oh, come on in. Can make it a little bit higher, the juice box? That might be better. This is the body. Hell yeah, crazy cow, let's go. Crazy cow? Me crazy? I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Okay, let's do canvas. Let's do drawing guide. I already had a layer. Okay. Oh, sorry, I realized you can't see what I'm doing. There you go. Boop. Very cuckoo. Getting away to the gym and just working on stuff. I'm very cuckoo. That's okay. We all gotta go be a little cuckoo sometimes. It would not be good if we were always sane, because some things just don't make sense that way. In my opinion. Okay, now I'm going to take this. I'm going to bring this up a little bit. Down a little bit. Right there. Oops. Boop, boop. There we go. I'm currently seeing chill games for VOD scrubbing. Wait, what does this mean? Elaine, bad words. Word hard. How straw? Straw like this. Hello, sir. Ooh, fancy poster. What kind of poster? Yum. I always play chill games when scrubbing VODs. The one that needs ones. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, you know, don't want to do anything mentally taxing, or else the VOD will go by and you won't realize, you know. It's all to tonight. Freeform. Make it a little smaller. Is that not straight? Oh my god, I suck at drawing. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oops. Classic, this one. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's okay. I'm kind of doing an opposite task where all of my brain power is going into drawing this because I'm not used to drawing in 2D. So we're practicing and learning. And holy shit, learning that I don't know how perspective works. What the fuck, Knuckles? Why does this look so strange? Okay. Okay. And then go straight. Then I can play without volume. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, I hope you're enjoying that game at the very least. Like it's like chill, but also like not too boring, you know? Like here. That's why I don't do VOD scrubbing, because I think my brain would die. I'm going to be completely frank, I think my brain would get so bored. Oh no. Straight, 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 straight. Like here? Does that look right? I think so. I just want to draw cute things. I'm currently checking out really cool Scarlet Oh, that does sound cool. Where'd you hear about that? Where did you hear about that? It's looking good. Thank you. I had like a more done version, but I didn't like. I decided I didn't like the brush. This is how far we were done with it, but I decided to redo it because I didn't like the brush I was using. So now we're using this brush. And I'm gonna eat a bite of my dinner before it gets cold. But thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of my brain cells are going to this now. There we go. I don't know how this happened, but oop. Give it. There you go. I played 4 chapters of the game, and the 5th is out just now. It's really interesting and lets you customize the defining traits of your character, so every playthrough is different. Ooh, that's cool. Oh. I like a good game with good RNG, so it has forever replayability. Sorry. There we go. I'm wondering if there's a game I want to play. Like a little game. I think I have hats. I don't think so. Boop. With a boop. Quality of Life Update 3. Out and loaded. Oh, they did a new skin thing. That's fair. I do like this one more than the other one. For example, my first playthrough, I went with a brawny and perceptive character, and whenever a monster appears in the story, my character goes, fuck it, we ball and punches it. Sometimes violence works, sometimes it doesn't. Fair. I mean, as long as you got a strat, you know? You can unbind a blow using it by pressing G while holding it in your hand. Blocks of gold. Interesting. They also have a game called Gate Guard Simulator. Part of me kind of wants to play this. There's a lot you can do with the traits. You can be a weirdo that talks with animals and hears esoteric voices, or just be damn. I like the variety of that. I don't know if I want stickers. Fuck it, let's play some. Okay. Well, it's a fun game, and it's from the people that made. It's from the people that made Slay the Princess. That's so fucking cool. I didn't know they. I know they had a previous game. I didn't know they had any other games. Oh. Mhm. I'm gonna do a new save. We have seen this intro before. Oh. Okay.
Rise and shine. How's the head? You had quite the day yesterday, huh? On your feet now, that's my boy. I know this place isn't exactly paradise.
Yes, please keep talking so I'm gonna eat.
On vacation. Oops. No.
Mm. Okay, then I might check it out when it's done. Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm very impatient when games aren't done. Alright. Okay. Press E. To wear multiple objects in one, hold F. Okay. Oh. That's all over the floor. Oh shit.
Hey, Mr. Fresh, it's me again. Check your phone. I sent you a message.
Ooh. I went and got the early access. They do let you play the demo first chapter. Oh, really? The whole first chapter? Really? That's quite nice. That's cool. Mm. Okay, hold on, sorry. Alright. The short tab, but it really shows you what the game is about. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have to try it out sometime. I just kind of wanted to play a game, so I guess I will do this game. Can I not stack these? I was gonna say. These are all crinkly papers. I will deal with everything else in a second. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. It's hold right click and then let go. Hold right click, let go. Pick up, hold right click, let go. Okay. Create a money pack. Optional. Button this fast, press E. Okay, turn on the conveyor. Boop. Place the money pack on the conveyor. Wait, what money pack? Create a money pack. Wait, I haven't done this in a while. Oh, I have a message? Okay. Oh my god, I thought I'd be smarter than this, but it's been a while since I played this game. Okay, so my stack usability. What if I don't want to? Okay. Find a stack. Usability. Aim the camera. The strap and press E. Wait, I gotta pick this up. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. Place the money pack on the conveyor. Boop. Boop. That was all the money. I wish I would have kept like $1. Oh, I'm gonna do that. Boop. Oh, there. Alrighty. Boop, boop, boop. Messages. Hello, Mr. Fresh. I've been handling a small favor and see how it goes from there. I'm not a conspiracy theory. I just prefer to do my own research. Okay. Task tracker. Okay. Oh my god. A lot of bills. This in here. There you go. Put this in here. And put this over here because I don't need it. And then there you go. Now it's all straight. Okay, I don't hold anymore. Oop. Oh, task tracker set for delivery. Boop 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 boop. Give me. Give. Oh. I feel like I should have put the shopping cart underneath it. All of cash. Set at least 150 bills of any denomination in any box. Okay, but how do I know how many bills? Boop boop. You know, like how do I know what bills to grab? Send at least 150 bills in any denomination. How do I know? How do I know? Boop. Pick up all the bills. Boop. Give me all them bills. Bill. I bet this is what it feels like to be a stripper. You know? I dropped it all. Alright, what's in these? Oh. Oh, okay. Is that gonna go away? I don't want to pick all that up. Okay. How do I... Oh. Oh, it says in the bottom right corner. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Oh, man. Okay, I'm kind of bad at this. Okay, we're gonna get there. I'm gonna get used to the controls. Don't you worry, chat. And then tomorrow we're gonna get used to a whole next set of controls because tomorrow we're playing Aquatic Store Simulator. Because I think it's too late to start a new game now, so we'll do that tomorrow. Okay, that's 100. Wait. Okay. Oh, I have to put it in a box. 100 and then 50. Nine. Oop. There you go. And park like a hark R. And put a thing on the pallet. And put a thing on the pallet. What's up? What's up, Betty? Oops. Okay. Invaders in. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Sorry. Wait, can I, like, move it from further away? No? Okay. There we go. Ugh. Boop. And put all the boxes on this guy. Ugh. Let's talk about. Huh? How come I can't? What? Okay, I can manually do it. I don't mind. Oop. 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 There you go. Okay, go to the black market. Money counter. Add to cart. Check out. I don't need it. No, darling. Didn't your mom ever tell you don't? Oh, okay. Okay, I just gotta wait. Oh. Okay. What about all these bills? I guess this is what this was for. Did you get it? What do you think, my little star? I like how Betty Oops talking to us. I just love it. I love it. Soothing for my last year. I'm so done with the old jerks now. What? What? Can I do? There we go. There we go. All right. Boop. Yeah, I remember. Are these all hundreds? Oh. There you go. I think these are all 10, 50s, and 20s. So I think I kind of fucked up. What's this? Gib. Boop. Okay, it missed a little bit, but that's okay. Boop. Oh, I don't want this much. Boop. Yeah, I think I need to pull this back a little bit. Like right here. Oh. There you go. Go. Boop. $100. That's 5,000. That's 5,000. I can't do math. Do, 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 do. All right, now we got one stack of 50s. Is there a light switch in here? Is there another light switch in here? Is there another light switch? No? Okay. That's unfortunate. Oh, I forgot how this works. Oh my god, you can actually rotate it. I don't think you could rotate this previously. Okay, that didn't work. There we go. Oh, right. This is here to piss me the fuck off, though. Okay. Boop. Boop. Oh, it's counted as trash. I can't fucking see, though, dude. Okay, well, now I have a thing of trash. I forgot I can hold left click. Boop. Start. Okie dokie. Boop. Wait, how do I... There we go. Ooh, spooky song. Boop. Oh, is this... Can I even put these on here? There we go. Technically, yes. There's a bullet. Okay. Does it have anything in it? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, I'll put this box. Actually, you run into literally through a tantrum over their order being wrong and Rennie's drive-through. One turn themselves. How do you know this? Oh, right. It turned into trash. I forgot. It turned into trash. Okay. Money, 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 money. Start. Okay. Let's see what else is in the rest of these. Oop. There you go. Oop. This song makes me want to make an edit to Wendigoon's Heart of Darkness video. Oop. What the fuck? More of this? God damn. Oh, a knife. Feel like I'm about to get whipped out a window by a fucking cryptid. It's great. Any other boxes? Oh, there's another money bill. This is empty. I will use this for the next order. And then I'm going to take this. I'm going to put this guy here. And then all you in here. Boop, boop. Okay, these are my 20s. We have another ding. This is not a full stack, though. So put that next to it. And then the rest of them are 10s. Start. I might actually put this. Oh no! It weeble. Oh my god, it wobble and it falls down? Oh my god. It's not just a static mesh, it actually weeble, wobbles, and falls down? Holy shit. Not what I was expecting. Oh. Oop. There you go. These, a stack of 24s. Oop. Okay. Take the next job. What's on the black market, though? Oh, look at all those. Very cool. If you want, you can cancel this quest. You can cancel this quest or any other. Open the tab and press discard. Okay. Accept. Karmic greed. Low, the curtain rises. Okay. Oh man, it's so wet. I forgot. Combine multiple money bets in any wet and dry bills. $4,500. Won't this fuck up my machine though? I feel like it's about to fuck up my machine, but whatever, I guess. Let's start with hundreds. Start with the hundreds. I put the rest of this in there? These all hundreds? Oop. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. Oh, fuck. Got any more 10s? I don't want to use this box. It's a gross ass box. Actually, any wet, dry box. Combine the money and put it in a. Wrap them in clean plastic to create a money block. Bound in straps was in a suitcase. So he wants it in this guy. Oh, I didn't realize it was still on. There we go. These are 50s. Those are 10s. Those are 10s. Those are 50s. Fuck. That is 2,000. I might keep this wet 2,000. Put that right there. So how much money do we have? Uh-oh. Oops. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. That's 30,000? 30,000? So we need 15,000. 1, 2, 3. Oh, what did I do wrong? Bound with. Wait, that's 45,000. Isn't it? I don't have the scanner at, man. I don't know how much that is. Oh, create multiple money packs. That's the problem? I didn't mean multiple. There we go. Yippee! 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 I love dealing with illegal money. Yippee! I gotta deal with the rest of this wet money, though. Oh, man. I don't like dealing with wet money. Where do I get a laundry machine? Oh, this one's like blue-eyed cat, easy. In a sports bag and a strap bag, load $5,000. In a sport bag, huh? Okay. Those are all 50s, so I guess start. And then he wants a sport bag, which I believe this is a sport bag. Boop. 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 Actually, where is the box? Okay, these are all my wet monies. I'm gonna put all my wet monies over here because it's kind of gross. I feel like, yeah, I feel like wet money smells worse than like other kinds of money, I guess. Maybe it's because it's soggy. All right. Boop. Boop. Okay, I got a cool 25-cent. Oh, these are okay. Separate. Boop. Boop. I don't know if this will fit. It looks like it'll fit. Yay! Okay, these look like they're all 20s. Start. I lied. A lot of these are 10s. What you playing? I'm playing Clash Cleaning Sim. Because I only had an hour left to stream. And I didn't want to, like, start Aquatic Store Simulator with only an hour. Because then I might be here all night long. 1,540. 1,540. Let me grab my stack of 20s. Smart. Yeah, I think I'd be here all night if I do that. 2,000. 2,000. 4,000. These and put them in there. So if that fucked up and I put the stack in there. 2,000, 4,000. Let's start with 10s. Zomboid time. Have fun in Zomboid! Have fun. Just need 1,000. God damn it. Wait. Oh, fuck. That's not what I wanted to do. I think this is 1,000. Yeah, it's 1,000. So it's 1,600. Okay, that's fine. 1,000. Wait, so this is. Okay, so we just need $1,050 bills. Oop. 50. Start. 1,600. 1,600. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. 50. I get, how much is this? 500? 600. Boop. Now with a strap, packs of any dollar bills. Boop. Boop. Why are you mad? In a sports bag, bound in a strap with a pack. And packs? That's what I did. Bound with. How much is this? 2,000. What's. Oh, fuck. 20 times 100. Yeah, 20 times 100 is 2,000. That's 2,000. 50 times 20 is 1,000. Yeah. In a sport bag. Is this not a sport bag? Black market. Sport bag. Classic sport bag. Yeah, I got it. Bound in a strap in packs. Bound with a strap. In packs. With any dollar bills. Elaine is confused. I'm pretty... Okay. I guess I'll just do the math on it really quick. Boop. Start. Yeah, it's a crisp 1,000. Elaine is confused. 5,000. It's set for 5,000. Oh. Boop. Let me start. Yeah, it's 2,000. What? In a sport bag, bound in a strap with a strap and packs of any dollar bills. Does it need this? I feel like this is not it, but... Oh, it was it. Oh! Okay, I don't know the difference between strapping it and not strapping it. Strapping it and putting it in plastic, I guess? Yeah. Let's do this one. Why behavior? Okay, he wants... Okay, 5. Okay, so let's start with the... These are all 100s. I'm gonna put them over there. Start. Brad from Monohunt. How was Monohunt? I think I should have done... I'm seeing more 20s. I think I should have started with 20s then. Oop. These are all my 10s. That's pretty good. I'm glad. Can I add these hundreds? Did some hunts with friends. I hope that was awesome. I hope you got the parts of the monsters that you wanted. I'm just cleaning some money to just chill. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. 1, 2, 3. You will go right here in my 100 stack. But I'm gonna recount it to make sure. A sport bag and any dollar bills. I think that means it can be strapped, but like it doesn't need to be put into a thingy. Nope. Did he not want it strapped then maybe? Because it didn't say, I guess it didn't say that. There you go. So I guess unless it specifically says that it needs to be bound or strapped, do we do it? Otherwise, we do not do it. Look at all that. 50, what the fuck? 50 Shades of Cash? I was really hunting for these videos, just helping my friends with what they needed. Fair. Well, I hope they got what they needed then. My class, yeah, so I'm doing this one for you. Okay, so in a black get out of my face. They did. Yippee! I'm glad. $100. Oh, they just want to... Actually, you know what? Wait. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. in $100. Oh, 10,000 in $100 bills. I can't read. Wait, where's the money? Oh, there's the money. Whoops. I'm gonna say. Boop. Boop. Oh, I can't do that yet. Start. Start away for a long time. Alrighty. God damn it. Oh, the money just flew out. Go the bag. Oh, go with the. I didn't know it could fall out of the bag. Okay. You're good now. Oh no! Why is it angry? Did I lose some money doing that? Oh, fuck. Okay, there you go. I might have lost money. God damn it. I didn't know they'd fall out. I guess that's what I get for doing it up, like not zipping it. Trash, 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 trash. Alright, extra bag for my business. Alright, I'll do one more and then I'll probably call it for stream. Let's do this one. And any dollar bills. $5,000. You got it, bud. Oh! I keep forgetting to turn this off. Okie dokie. 5,000? Let's do 50s. Please give me more 50s. I know there's 50s in here, and I know I fucked up by not putting all the 50s in here, but like, just come on. Come on. Thank you, Raina, for the wellness talk. I drank the last bitty of my water. Thank you. Alright. There you go. 5,000. In any sports bag, any dollar. I hope you're having a good day, by the way, Raina. Why? Why Angie? Wait, was it in a different currency or something? Load out in a sport bag of any dollar bills. And load out 5,000. Did I miss something? But you better... Okay, they're not being specific on whether they need to be strapped or not. Just gonna bind these. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's do one more. Because that one was really quick. Okay, we'll do this one. Wait, the dryer. Okay, I'll take this one. Oh. Okay, give me the dryer. Give me the dryer, dude. I have to go buy one. Wait, how do I dry the money? I don't think I can do this. What's 50,000 times? It's 5,000 times 100. 5,000? I don't think I can do this one, but I know you should have it in a dry box. Alright. This is 5,000. Give me leash. 5,000, 10,000. Oh. Oh. Elaine didn't oopid. Alright. No! Get back in there. Go back in the machine. My bad. Okay, start. There we go. I don't have a washing machine, so I can't exactly dry this stuff. I have a box for this stuff, though. Boop. One, two, three, four, five, six. Boop, boop. Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? I'm in the middle of a quest. Why is everything burning down now? Gotta pick up the money. Gotta pick up the money. The client will be mad if the money burns. Oh my god. Get the money, the money.
Burn, baby, burn. I feel alive.
Are we gonna talk about that at all?
You're still alive? Oh dear. I can only imagine the smell down there, Mr. Fresh Bacon. Looks like those
Do we
bottles
want to
might
talk
be
about what just happened, or
And I bet
why are we doing this? I'm just a little guy.
what a lucky boy.
I'm just a little guy working with big guy money, you know?
Money will finish the job
Yeah, now she gonna get fired. Also, the lights are like super off again and I can't see. Everything is fine. Yeah, everything is fine. Everything is awesome when you're part of a team. I can't see, dog. I still got my switches, I guess. Oh! Okay, cool, I can see. That's awesome. Okay, at least I can see, I guess. Alright, burn the backpack. Burn the backpack. Wait, I forgot. How do you throw it? Boop. Don't come. Just stay in there, man. This stuff's dry. Monster. Okay. I forgot what I was doing. That all made me forget what I was doing now. That's great. 50 times 100 is what? 5,000? Yeah, 5,000. I need another 5,000. I need another 5,000. Give me another 5,000. Give me 6,000. Can you give me any more? Why is this not burning? Oh, there we go. Oh, backpack looks pretty okay. Oh, I guess that dried the bills for me. I'm just gonna burn all the trash. There you go. Whoop. Oh, that ain't going there. Where's the stuff not going in there? Go in there. Alright, little tiny trash bag. There you go. Feed the fire. Oh, there you go. Oh, oh there it is. Oh, girl, you know you drive me crazy. I haven't heard this song in fucking forever, dude. Get in there. Please, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okie dokie. 8,500. A little bit more? Do I have any hundos? What are these 10s doing on the ground? No, Shiva. 50s. 8,500, huh? Hello, Megan. Fancy meeting you here. I think the last time you were here, I was also playing this game. You go there. Start. Twitch, are you being funny with me? Alright. Oh, I have... Oh. Fancy seeing you here as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What? Am I counting bad? I don't know, but I'm a little EP, so I'm going to save and quit and close out for stream today. I'm sorry, Megan, that you're finding us at the end of our stream. And we've had a big long day streaming fucking 8 hours. We'll take it out of you. And my face tracking will also take it out of me because it doesn't want to cooperate. How was the cashier simulator? It was good. I cleaned some bills, got confused. The typical. Okay, good. Okay. It kind of seems like it wants to work. Okay. We're gonna go raid somebody. We're gonna go raid somebody. Who do I want to give you to? I think I might give you to Simma. Simma wasn't here the other day, so I will go give you to Simma. Have fun with Simma. Thank you for hanging out with me. Sorry that my face tracking is being a little bunk. I'm gonna restart my router tomorrow. But I love you guys so much and have a wonderful time with Simma. I will see you guys tomorrow. And remember, I love you so very much and have a wonderful night. I will see you tomorrow. Here's the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. But then they know where you came from as long as I spell it correctly. But have a wonderful night, guys. And again, I will see you tomorrow. Mwah! Love ya!